What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison!
Brilliant.
Sherwood's going to give himself a tiny double top, finds a double top. Because he's looking at tops of the 151, and he gets the 151.
Richie Burnett.
What's happening here?
Oh, magnificent.
Hi there, good afternoon. Welcome to the Modus Super Series live here on Pluto TV, where Group C is about to spring into life. But earlier this week, Group A was won by David Evans, and Matthew Edgar was watching from the commentary box. Before we get into this Group C campaign, just a word on how good David Evans was. After losing his first 3 matches, he went on to win the remainder.
And he lost his first 3 matches quite poorly as well. He was nowhere near the levels or the standards. I was starting to get worried because I tipped him at the start of the week and I thought we're not going to get much of a run here out of David Evans. Then he went on a burst of wins, was so solid. And I think the best thing about David Evans is the fact that it wasn't his very best. There was moments of the A game, but it was that traditional professional performance. When you look at sort of a Group A campaign, 15 matches, you're never going to play your A game for probably more than 3 or 4 of those. So you've got to be comfortable in just playing a little bit off the top. Yeah, and you can see there Conor Heenahan, who hit a 9-darter, a third 9-darter here at the Super Series, second, going into Group B with Steve B and Jason Heaver, Richie Burnett and Lucas Waclawski going into this Group C this afternoon. And coming into it, Tom Lonsdale, Dan Astbury and Paul Dulson. Some interesting names this evening as well, but let's focus on what we're about to watch. And I want to start with Jason Heaver because he was probably a little disappointed not to be in Group B. He's my pick for this group. I really do like Jason Heaver in this group. I thought he was quality. And the thing is with Jason Heaver, we know how good he is. He's had a tour card. You don't get those in raffles. And not only has he had a tour card, but he's qualified for the World Championships, the Players' Championship finals, which means he was in the top half of the players on tour. So we know he's got that quality. We know he's won at the Alexandra Palace. So we know what's in there. It just maybe seems that he doesn't want that lifestyle or that journey as such. He's been playing ADCs, not been playing well. And when he came here, I said this is going to go one of 2 ways. He's either going to continue to not play well and he's not going to be able to refine it, or the second you get into this environment and you are surrounded by this, or you forget the last couple of years and it takes you back to that place. And he went there. And when you look at what he's done this past couple of days, I think he's been one of the real quality players. He's had 100 average in there. He's been solid. I think he wins this Group C quite well.
What about Richie Burnett then? Because he's the established name, isn't he? He always brings a smile to everyone's face when he's here at the Super Series. What have you made of him this week?
Wow. I mean, there's so much to analyse and unpack with Richie Burnett, and you just don't know what you're going to get with him. And Richie Burnett said exactly that himself when Henry Deacon asked him at the start of the week what exactly is going to happen this week or what's the expectation. He goes, I don't know. He doesn't know what's going to happen. He hasn't really been practising as such. He's now had 3 days of practice, which can go a couple of ways. He could come here now, feel a little bit tight when you've not been getting the reps in, or you could come here and go, right, okay, I've had a few days, I'm into this, I'm in the flow, a later start time than what he's been having the last couple of days, so a little bit extra rest in between. But I think it all matters on the first couple of games for Richie. We can see him implode very quickly, and I wouldn't be surprised, despite the fact he's favourite, if he didn't qualify.
Yeah, certainly a viewer's favourite, and he is indeed favourite with the bookmakers, 9-4. Jason Heaver, your pick, second favourite, now at 10-3. Tom Lonsdale, 7-2. Dan Astbury, Paul Dulson, and the big outsider, Lucas Waclawski. I mean, you're going to say the value there is with Jason Heaver to win this group, but if you're saying he's going to win it, who do you expect to go through with him?
It could be any of them. It really could. That's why I think Heaver's going to go through as a champion, because I think he's a little bit better than the rest of the group at the moment on what they've seen. He was 4-1, so he's been backed in. A quick mention on Lucas there at 18-2. He's better than that. He's better than 18-1. He's been playing some good stuff. His double in is world class. If you can just find a little bit more consistency around the score, and you could make those odds look very silly.
If you are going to have a bet, please gamble responsibly. It's 18+, gambleaware.org. And Lucas Waclawski is in action in the opening match. He takes on the incoming Tom Lonsdale, who had a little chat with Robbie Dove earlier on.
Well, Tom, welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth. How are you feeling ahead of this week's Group C campaign?
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. It's been a little while since I've been here. It's been a busy start to the year, and I'm happy to get back down here. Not played a Group C before, so that's something a bit different and something to look forward to. Got to be good from the get-go and see how it goes.
Yeah, it was October the last time we saw you here. What have you been up to since then?
I went to Q School, I've been to the Challenge Tours, bit of ADC stuff. Not gone the way I wanted to at the start of the year, but the thing is with darts, there's always something else around the corner. I've been looking forward to coming down here and hopefully put a few wrongs right and get through to Saturday and see what happens. So
you're hoping then that the lots of exposure on both Thursday and Friday could kind of be the catalyst for the year to really try and get your foot down to the back end of the year?
Yeah, 100%. Just looking for that spark. Hopefully something clicks the next couple of days and get through and go from there.
Have you got any aspirations for this year at all?
The aspirations to do well on the Challenge Tour, get near the top of that, and also to come here and do well here, because if you're not on the tour, this is probably the next best thing, and everyone enjoys coming down here. It's getting more and more difficult to secure a place down here, and so performing well is sort of key, really.
Talking of enjoyment, you've made 2 Saturdays in your campaign so far. What would a third one mean to you?
Yeah, I think I really enjoyed the first one. The second one didn't quite go my way, but I feel like that experience has really put me in sort of a good position to sort of capitalise if I made another one to do a bit better and hopefully get a weekly win.
So is that the aspiration for the week then?
Yeah, 100%. Everyone wants to win the week. There's 5 other good guys, plus the guys that are going to go through the other groups. They're all good players. But at the end of the day, there's only one winner, so why can't it be me?
I wish you all the best for this week. Good luck.
Top man, cheers.
Eyes on the prize then for Tom Lonsdale as he returns to the Modus Super Series stage. His first task is a battle with the Polish player Lucas Waclawski, dropping in from Group A. As just discussed with Matthew Egger, who's alongside me to commentate on all 15 matches today. Maybe a little underestimated by the odds compilers. Did pick up a hat-trick of wins in that group, but some near misses as well for Lucas, who does seem to be enjoying life at the Live Lounge and will certainly be grateful of starting from scratch today. 6 players, all beginning Group C, 10 matches ahead of them over the next couple of days, and the twice weekly finalist, 28-year-old Tom Lonsdale, is ready to get his campaign underway. Lucas Waclawski just making sure everything is placed exactly where he wants it on the table. And having finished bottom of Group A, the Hound will be hoping to be top dog in Group C. Owen Binks, a referee. Matthew alongside me. Strap yourselves in, ready for 15 arrows encounters today.
There he is, Owen Binks, your referee. Prepared for a long day of calling the action.
First leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Tom Lonsdale, as alluded to, has been in action quite a lot so far in 2025 and not with the greatest deal of success. The Challenge Tour would have been his primary target this year, and when you look through the results, hasn't quite gone to plan. Certainly that trip over to Hildesheim a couple of weeks ago.
81.
That one always one where the players really do want to perform. There's quite a lot of expense and costs to get over to Hildesheim. Not the easiest place to get to, plus your entry fees. You've got to make sure you're winning quite a lot of games. Most people travelling from the UK will be getting an invoice.
77.
Rather than a pay slip.
We're hoping for a payday this week. £5,000 to the weekly winner at a Super Series and £25,000 to a series winner. Maybe discuss at some point over the next couple of days, Matt, who is emerging as the favourite to win the series. We're only 2 spots away now from filling Champions Week.
177.
Mervyn King.
There we go. That's discussed. Take that one off the list.
59.
Great visit there from Waclawski, 177 to leave 166. This, of course, can't be taken out, but he's going to leave himself in a very good position to break in the opening leg of this match.
And I think it's the classic Super Series case of a debutant coming here, has a Group A campaign, gets stronger as it goes on, drops into Group C, and then has a real challenge. He's left a double here after 12, and his doubling this week has been superb. I don't expect to see him miss with 3 in hand.
Game shot on the first leg. Lucas Waclawski.
You would be correct with that assessment. So Waclawski
Second leg is Lucas to throw
takes
first.
the opening leg
Game
against the throw. Yeah, we saw a hint of that last week, didn't we, when the inimitable Martin Biggs only won 1 match in Group A and went on to put up a fight in Group C.
96.
Didn't get through, but he was there or thereabouts.
$140.
A reminder of the players in this group. Following this, Dan Astbury takes on the
46.
Maverick that is Richie Burnett, and then Paul Dulson, ADC qualifier, takes on Matt's favourite to win this group, Jason Heaver,
91.
fellow ADC qualifier this week.
And a quite well backed one by the looks of things as well in Jason Heaver. And that's a second maximum visit of the game for Lucas, and we're only in the second leg, but the first 180 ticked. Goes to Lucas
150.
Waclawski.
And he had a 177 in the previous leg. He's playing absolutely superbly here. We'll need to tidy that up.
83.
And
Time
does
to
to some
require
extent.
155.
Double 19.
136.
Really would have been a steal, wouldn't it? The break back there.
96.
Maybe something he needed there just to take the wind out of the sails of Lucas, who started this game so well. I think that was a double-double attempt.
56.
Sort of between the double and the treble,
190.
really.
Yeah, we'll never know. I'm sure it was. Lonsdale will be relieved to come back. Double 8 the target. Fails to find it. Fails to really get anywhere near it. And Lucas Waclawski can double his advantage in game 1.
Game shot on the second leg. Lucas Waclawski. Third leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Owen Binks, the referee, going for the native pronunciation of Lucas's surname.
80.
Is he setting a trend here? Is he going to do that for every player from every country?
He's not going to be too tested with today's pronunciations then, really, is he? We're very UK
22.
themed today.
Yeah, this evening.
140.
Beaton, Pallett, Murnan, Heenahan, Gray, all manageable.
Especially Pallett, first name David. That should be quite an easy one to deal with. Someone I'm actually looking forward to seeing tonight,
60.
actually, David Pallett. Nice little return to form after beating Dartitus.
58.
If you want some inside information as well, the reason that I'm pronouncing the name Waclawski is because I asked Owen Binks how to pronounce it. Hope you're enjoying the continuity here on
45.
the Modus Super Series Darts channel.
$134.
This a leg for Lucas that's not been to the same pace as the last few. However, he's got the breaker throw. He doesn't need to break the throw again.
81. Tommy
It'll be
require
the next
89.
leg where the scrutiny shall begin.
73.
There's a big drop-off in this leg. A real good two-leg burst from Waclawski at the start of this game. In fact, after a couple of legs, he was averaging around 103. This
93.
leg,
Tommy requires
he's
60.
really been searching. Lonsdale still searching for a double.
Games
Finally
on the
finds
third
one
leg.
at the
John
7th
Lonsdale.
attempt in this game and halves the gap.
Fourth leg is Lucas to throw first. Game on.
But this is a leg, isn't it, where the attention is on Lucas. Wins this is a leg away from the match. Loses it. Tom Lonsdale becomes favourite once again.
Yeah, that's why averages aren't always the greatest guide. He's had a real off leg there, but he's still in total control of the game, isn't he? All he has to do is be strong enough on his own throw, having done the damage early.
40.
And you'd back him to close out legs. Hasn't missed a dart at double. Lonsdale himself has missed 6.
You think that's impressive? On Monday, he was 59% on his checkouts. I don't think I've ever seen anyone at the Super Series checking out 59%. Certainly not for an entire day.
Well, definitely not someone who finished bottom of the table.
Which tells you this is the part of the game where it tends
59.
to struggle finding the big power scores.
57.
Well, still in control. You'll feel that a treble visit will do very nicely here for Lucas.
68.
Having got that treble, he almost ended up in a situation like he hadn't got it.
Well, that changes
180.
proceedings. Tom Lonsdale, 3 poor visits, but the maximum puts him back in the leg.
If that's a single, oh no, it's not, it's a treble, so
95.
I was going to suggest going for the bullseye. Didn't need to. He's keeping up that treble visit, but those 2 loose darts allowed Lonsdale to punish him, and he did.
53. Lucas, you
Leaves a slightly more favourable outshot as well.
There's also that danger for a player like Tom Lonsdale. If he hasn't really followed the week and watched the week,
53.
he may just looked at the table, seen
127.
his opponent Lucas here, only picking up 3 wins, thinks, wow, this should be nice and comfortable.
84. Lucas, you
But
require
what we
85.
know is if you've been watching the week, Lucas has looked quite dangerous.
Hasn't missed a dart at a double, as we mentioned, and he is going to go to double 5.
75.
Way high,
So
and
we
it
require
opens the door
43.
here for Lonsdale to level and assume control of the contest.
Game shot on the 4 flag. Tom Lonsdale.
Maybe what we're seeing here is Lucas has got the quality, but maybe not the consistency.
5th against Tom to throw
Because
first.
he was averaging
Game
103 when he was 2-0 up. It's now 2 legs later and he's averaging just 82. So he's lost
96.
20 points on his average in about 4 minutes.
Yeah, and he's averaging less than his opponent, who's levelled the match.
And that's not because he's been missing doubles and getting those 0 scores. He's only
100.
missed 1 dart at a double across those 2 legs, which means a lot of treble-less visits starting to creep in.
81.
Yeah, there's a real lack of 2 treble turns
58.
for Lucas Waclawski. If you look at that 130 plus column,
100.
5 of those 2 treble visits for Tom Lonsdale, none for Waclawski. He does have a 177 and a 180. But that's the big difference in scoring between the pair.
100. $91.
It's one of those things that the longer it goes, the more likely that Tom Lonsdale is going to take the victory. He has the advantage of throw. He's got a big
48.
advantage now in this
Tommy
leg.
require
6 starts to take the lead for the first time.
$117.
He just slightly overdid that one, but he's left himself absolutely fine on double 8 when he returns.
Well, it's worked out so well
99.
that if
Tommy
you ask
require
him, I'm sure he'll
16.
tell you he meant to do that.
And He has been known to do some interesting setup shots and
No
finishes.
score.
I feel
Lucas,
unfortunate
you're
that
required
hasn't gone, but it does
96.
present a chance for Waclawski, who, remember, has been a demon on the doubles. Can he get a go at one? That's inviting, but I think he's going double-double. Oh no, he has stayed there.
56.
Tempted by the marker,
Tommy
but couldn't
required
make use of it.
60.
So Lonsdale to lead for the first time.
Game shot on the 5th flag. Tom Lonsdale. 6th flag is Lucas to throw first. Game on.
Probably feel a bit like relief for Tom Lonsdale if he's able to come through this game. The season not quite gone to plan so far. Q School didn't go well. He's not started the
140.
Challenge Tour campaign well. And if he'd have came here and suffered a heavy defeat to a man who was bottom of Group A,
60.
may have just entered his confidence to the point where this would have felt like an uphill battle through this Group C campaign.
Interesting that, because this is obviously an extra, isn't it, for a lot of players? A bonus to play in something else.
140.
Do you think it is the kind of playing a week here can almost make or break a player's season?
Yeah, we've seen so
100.
many times, haven't we, in the past, where players come here, had a good week, and it's changed everything for them. I mean, we sat on Saturday, didn't we? We had a chat with Adam Lipscomb, who's possibly the now flagship of that story. A player who got in here off of local invites due to geography, ended up becoming a regular here, then got a tour card, then got to a final. This week in Leicester reached a
140.
quarter-final. Looks good now for a spot at the Alexandra Palace and the Players' Championship finals at the end of the year. And that all started on that very stage.
41.
Yeah, been great to watch that progress. He's been given his
44.
chances and he's
Lucas,
taken
you
them.
require 150.
Speaking of which, a chance here. I think he's got 6 starts. He may only need 3. Where does he go now? Stayed there.
$125. Tommy require 157.
We saw him miss a dart at double for the 155. Doesn't get to the double for the 157, but
133.
Waclawski's going to have to waste a
25.
dart here, having gone slightly wayward the previous visit.
Game shot on the 6th
So
flag.
good, isn't he?
Lucas
On the
Waclawski.
outer ring. 3 out of 4 now. 75% strike rate in this game.
7 for
And it
final
does
leg
go
is
to
Tom
the
throw
death in the
first.
opening match.
Game on. $100. $100. $96.
Has some good results by the score of 4-3, does Lucas, which suggests that he doesn't get nervy in these situations. He's beat Steve Beaton and David Evans, the winner of
140.
Group A, in last leg shootouts.
140.
That's where Tom Lonsdale he just needs to make a few tweaks in the game. That opening dart going at the 18s would have made those 2 treble 20s with dart 2 and 3. Would have meant he'd be on a 167, he'd be on a finish. Those small percentages make big differences as you
39.
go through the ranks.
$57.
Well, Waclawski's going to have to find a big score here to put some pressure on.
$46.
That dart going wayward
Tommy require
means he's not
108.
even on a checkout, and Lonsdale can just coast to victory here. Double 16.
76.
Well, you say coast, but the big problem for Tom Lonsdale at the moment has been taking things out. 3 from 16 on the outer ring.
60. Tommy require 32.
Puts it right.
Game shot and the match.
And wins the match.
Tom Lonsdale.
Lonsdale from a couple of legs behind after Waclawski made a fabulous start to that game, turned it around, and despite those 13 missed darts at double during the match, is the first to pick up points in Group C. A 4-3 win in the opening match for Tom Lonsdale. Coming up after the break, Dan Astbury returns to the Super Series, where he takes on Richie Burnett.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, brought to you from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, UK, live and free on Pluto TV. And if you haven't smiled or laughed yet today, then, well, we've got the remedy, and it's that man right there, Richie Burnett, back on the stage, will be up to all sorts of antics, and his opponent, Dan Astbury, will have to keep calm and maybe keep Richie out of eyesight as well. And he should stand back, because those who have been watching Richie Burnett over the years will know that it can be a dangerous place standing behind him. The 58-year-old Welshman, former champion of the world, has been runner-up of a week here at the Super Series, but he's got his work cut out to make it through to finals night this time around. What have you loved and not liked so much about Richie this week, Matt?
Well, it's an entertaining watch all the time, isn't he, Richie Burnett? But I think one of the things, if we was going to critique it as an ability,
Dan to throw first. Game on.
it's just that bit of consistency. And I think if we're going to see Richie Burnett's best, I think it's going to come early in the day. And I think where he's going to struggle is as the session goes on.
123.
And that's kind of been evidenced across the first few days as well. So players like Jason Heaver, who's going to play him late on, I think that's an ideal time to play the
100.
favourite to win this group. Especially if it doesn't all go his own way, which, as we know with darts, it never will. 100 average is deemed sort of the gold standard within our sport, but even then you've missed 66% of your targets. And I think Richie Burnett concentrates very heavily on those sort of misses. They annoy him, they frustrate him. As we'll probably find out within about the next 30 seconds.
99.
That's a perfect first dart for Burnett, but he fails to follow with a second. The
121.
Jockey Wilson snatch evident in the throw there of Burnett.
Well, we have had the most don't watch the
59.
player and try and replicate it match that you'll ever see at the Super Series, which was Richie Burnett versus Conor Heenahan this week. Both got that bit of a neck whip within the throat.
Suddenly
133.
puts himself perhaps in pole position to win this leg, but Dan Astbury has a chance to stop him with the 120. That's now got quite difficult. Had to go left, but the dart was in the way.
56.
And Burnett
Richie require
has his
50.
choice of doubles here. Chooses tops.
30.
Nowhere near
Dan
the secondary double.
64.
And Astbury returns to hold throw. Double eight. Again makes it awkward.
48.
Flicked off the
Richie
flight as well. It
required
might have
20.
been on course for the target there. Burnett breathes again.
Game shown the first leg. Richie Burnett.
Opening leg break then
Second
for
leg, it's
Burnett.
Richie to throw first.
And goes over
Game
to
on.
his own table that he's adopted himself. That's the Super Series speaker.
He was here
42.
around about this sort of time last year, wasn't he, Dan Astbury? Got some good results as well on that occasion. Beat Fallon Sherrick, Ted Everts, our current champion, Darius
55.
Labanauskas, World Championship runner-up Andy Hamilton, current World Seniors champion Ross Montgomery, and had some good results on the Challenge Tour as well, beating the likes of Andy Bolton, who is now
100.
a PDC Tour card holder. And most recently as well, Steve West, who is one of the most successful players here at the Super Series. So when you look over
140.
the last sort of year or so of Dan Astbury and you look at some of the results he's got, would make you think he's a very lively contender here in this Group C.
140.
And the two remaining players are the two ADC qualifiers
39.
to go head-to-head. Jason Heaver, who's been here all week. Paul Dulson entering the action today. That follows this.
$59. $60. Richie require
No
160.
treble means no finish for Dan Astbury, and Richie Burnett with time on his side. Another one of those. Would have left him tops, and he's
100.
keeping it all together so far, Richie Burnett. But even that ton looked to annoy him a little bit.
$139. Richie requires 60.
Uses long darts, so that one being slightly off centre might be a help, and that could be a bit of a help as
40.
well, although the flight
And
was
it
just
required
covering
48.
part of that segment. Well, that wasn't meant, but what it does mean is double 8 is now the target.
Game shot on the second
is found.
leg. Dan Astbury.
And Astbury cancels out that break of throw
Third leg is
immediately.
Dan to throw first. Game on.
Totally unresponsive Richie Burnett is, for some reason, just as entertaining as a responsive one.
140. $121.
You just can't take your eye off him, can you?
45.
Even when the darts are going in the board, I'm still just watching Richie Burnett in the background, seeing what he's up to.
100. $78. $85.
Keeps getting that first dart right, doesn't he, Richie? And that's probably why he's having a good look and almost a talking to the darts, because he'll probably be expecting a little bit more.
100.
Still feel there's a chance to break again here. Astbury on a big finish, 138. Famous finish. And that's unhelpful in Burnett's pursuit
43.
of that break.
Down to require
Can't quite believe he
138.
hasn't found a treble.
Well, Richie's over by that speaker that you're talking about.
98.
If it brings him any
Richie
luck,
require
because this may need to go
152.
now. 2 treble 20s. Would have been for a dart at the double 16, but Dan Astbury now an opportunity.
100.
Get his nose in
Down to
front.
require 40.
Handy.
Game shot on the third leg. Dan Astbury.
Very inviting there with the angle of entry of Dan Astbury's
Fourth leg,
throw.
it's Richie to throw first. Game on. 140. $43.
I wonder what being the favourite to win this group was going to weigh on, though, for Richie Burnett. Quite a lot of times you go into groups, and if you're the favourite,
140.
you can sometimes get players that will play up to it. Some players will try playing it down. Some players will get a bit almost nervy by it, feeling that they're the player to beat. And certainly on
81.
reputation and the CV within the sport, if this was top trumps, Richie Burnett would be going 20 from 20.
140.
Yeah, I think you kind of called it right at the start of the show. This week he just hasn't been quite at the level that we've seen on average trips to the Super Series. You'd
135,
expect
Richard
him to
McGuire,
make
81.
Saturday if he starts in Group A, whichever direction he takes to get there, but I'm not quite sure about that this time around.
$41. $140.
Keeps himself interested. Should Richie Burnett not be able to take out this tops?
Game shot on the fourth leg. Richie Burnett.
Drama-free leg there for Richie Burnett. 13 darter, touch of
Fifth leg,
quality.
it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 92 at the moment, Richie Burnett, which you'd feel, if he could stay around that sort of level, will navigate him a route through to Saturday night.
100.
But I'm sure Steve Beaton felt that way during his Group A campaign. His first 10 matches never dropped below a 90. And he very nearly dropped into this group, only made Group B by legs difference.
100.
I wonder how Burnett will feel about that as well. Does that give him more chance of getting through the absence of Steve Beaton? He's replaced with Jason Heaver, who
100.
I know you fancy to win the group. Everybody else potentially playing for second place, but we haven't seen Heaver play yet. He's going to take on
96.
Paul Dulson in game 3 today. A day which, if the first 2 matches are to go by, could be quite long. Every possible leg played so far.
180.
At the first maximum of this game, going
81.
the way of Dan Astbury.
Dan require
Great
121.
timing as well. Gives himself the luxury of time at the back end of this leg. Something he's going to need.
81.
But it was a 13 darter from Richie Burnett in the last. Dan Astbury could respond in kind.
$55.
It doesn't matter whether he does or not. He's got 2
Dan
visits
require 40.
if he needs them.
Game shot on the 5th
But
leg.
Astbury
Dan Astbury.
avoids any drama and moves within 1
Sixth
of the
leg,
win.
it's Richie to throw first. Game on. $100. $97. $96. $60. $97. $81. $83.
125 for Burnett to force a decider.
$58. Richie require 125.
It's always felt like a very evenly matched game that was sort of going to go the distance. Richie Burnett not having to start on the bullseye there due to the fact Dan Astbury not on a finish.
55.
But he hasn't shaved that down too well. Big score from here for Dan Astbury could make things very interesting.
57. Richie
One
require
treble
70.
in the last 12 darts just is not going to cut it.
Was going treble 14 for double 14. In the end,
Game
he
shot
hits
on the
tops
6th leg. Richie
and
Burnett.
squares things up at 3-3.
7th and final leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Not watching Astbury's darts.
96.
You'll have to at least match 1 treble minimum requirement. He will feel not that one.
There's a lot of people that do that as well, certainly when you're going through the systems, that
83.
just have their head down. They don't want to be aware, they don't want to know, but the issue is whenever you get to a stage like this or you progress through the levels, there's always going to be a caller and you can't not hear things.
140.
And again, the call of 140 will give Burnett the determination to find 2 big trebles himself. He's not going to do that, so it's advantage Astbury
55.
in the decider.
Big advantage. Astbury nearly 100 points ahead, plus what's in his hand.
58. $81.
That's a significant miss for Richie Burnett because it means to get to a finish now, he needs to find 2 trebles.
59.
Which is allowing Astbury just to sort of stumble towards the finishing line.
That's not the dart that Burnett would want to work off.
60.
No trebles,
Dan
no
Astbury,
trouble for Dan Astbury at the
148.
moment. Can just keep chipping away.
Well, the only trouble he'll be facing right now is coming internally. His desire and his will to win this match.
58.
Not much resistance coming at the moment for Burnett, but another chance here for a 140 to cause some damage.
Again, the dart drops low. He has to move across the hockey. Now has to be careful to ensure he leaves a finish.
58.
Does that.
Dan
It
required
would be the
90.
finish of all finishes if Astbury were to miss the 90 and Burnett were to take out the 164. Now, what does Astbury do here? Does he bother with the bull? Having gone for the 20, you'd assume that that's where he is going.
56.
And he has left it slightly
Richie
awkward.
require 164.
Maybe he did need to go for it. Well, now he's got another choice to make, Dan Astbury. Straight for the least attempt to double on the dartboard. Or does he split it? And he's going to have time to make up his mind.
103. Dan required 34.
Straight for it. Well, I assume, because that could have been a miss of the big number 2 where it's landed there. 88. And Burnett
26.
might have just been presented
Richie
a golden
requires
gift here.
61.
He's done absolutely nothing in this leg, Richie Burnett. But the only thing he needs to do is hit the winning double. Tops it is.
Game shot and the match.
Well, that is
Richie Burnett.
an act of burglary by Burnett. He's stolen the game at the death. Dan Astbury squandering match-winning opportunities. Really made a mess, didn't he? Maybe the decision-making cost him there. Going for the bull on 90 with Burnett on 164 could have left himself in a much better spot. And Richie Burnett had one chance. He took that chance, and he wins his opener 4-3. Coming up next, Paul Dulson takes on Jason Heaver.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20, he went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live on Pluto TV, where so far we've seen the full quarter of legs played today. Dan Astbury going down 4-3 to Richie Burnett before the break. Before that, Tom Lonsdale defeated Lucas Waclawski by the same 7-leg scoreline. Will we see this one go to the death? It's a meeting between two players who've qualified through the amateur darts circuit to play here this week. The man from Wrexham, 55 years of age, making his second appearance on the live lounge since Paul Dulson. Taking on the 50-year-old Jason Heaver. Debut this week at the Super Series. Did well in Group A, almost made Group B. And second favourite to get through this group, but favourite with Matthew Edgar. Explain again why, Matt.
I just think he's got that touch of quality, and he's shown it in Group A as well. Very consistent, very solid. Probably unfortunate to be in a Group C campaign, and
First
certainly the
leg,
levels
it's
of which
Paul
he
to
has
throw
shown.
first. Game on.
But I think here in Paul Dulson we have the most ADC qualifier we'll ever come across.
180.
Just that guy who plays darts in Wrexham, never played county, occasionally dabbled in Super League, but never really sort of
140.
played darts outside of his home area. And now with the ADC and the vaults and the opportunities that are available, finds himself here at the Super Series playing on a platform he probably never thought he'd ever be doing so in broadcasted darts.
Yeah, we'll have a few watching and cheering, I'm sure.
140.
What a start he made to the match, a 180 in his opening leg.
60.
It's a good settler, isn't it, when you start perfectly, and he's probably got the toughest opponent, I feel, in this group, the player who's going to be the standard bearer of the group. Yeah, started it strong. Hat-trick of 140s, Jason Heaver could be breaking the throat, despite the maximum of Paul Dulson.
59. Jason, you're quite 81.
So then the bullseye. Oh, and it's found.
on the first leg.
He's having a good old ponder. I wonder whether he was working out the maths or deciding whether or not to go for it, but he went for
Second
it.
against Jason to throw
He found
first. Game on.
Well, you asked me at the start of this game, Murph, why did I pick Jason Heaver? I think he's just gave you the answer.
100.
Well, it's a great start, isn't it? A dozen dart leg. to break the throw immediately, and against a player who opened with a 180. Unfazed.
That's that tour experience that he's got as being a tour card holder. And quite recently, a couple of years back now, Jason Heaver was
85.
called one of the dangerous players. He was one of those players that you sort of didn't really want to get from the bottom end of the 64.
100.
Actually, you mentioned that. I've seen quite a few social media posts recently from players who have played on the Pro Tour for the first time, almost being surprised at how difficult it is. Saying, you miss one chance and that's it, you're done. So having a couple of years on tour certainly hardens you, doesn't it? It gets you used to players hitting 180s and 140s regularly against you and taking out big finishers, and sort of at some point you should stop bemoaning your luck, although we've just seen Richie Burnett play, and after 40 years he still hasn't quite mastered the art of that.
Well, he wouldn't be alone in that school of thinking. There are many that subscribe to the only happens to me mentality.
60. Jason, you've got 100.
But Heaver in a good spot here, and he could be about to really stake his claim as a man to beat in this group. If he can go on and put a convincing performance in here, he's going to be top, even if he wins this match 4-2, because there's only been a one-leg margin of victory in each of the first two games.
$180. Jason, you've got 74.
It's a 180 in each of the first two legs of Paul Dulson. They may count for nothing.
Game show on the second leg. Jason Heaver.
They don't count for anything at all.
The leg, it's Paul's to throw first. Game on.
It's quite interesting having a few moments this morning with Paul Dulson before the action got underway, getting a bit of insight
46.
into the player. And he said to me, please can you not scrutinise my throw? Obviously knows it's something I like to do. I like to pick apart people's throws. And it's quite interesting because I expected to see something quite off with his throw. And actually, there's just one very simple fundamental error. That's all it is. It's a very easy fix. Could fix him in about 10 minutes.
You're going to share it with the viewer? Just warn him. If you're watching this back, Paul Dulson, mute your device now. But we're going to share Matt's insight with the viewer.
So he's standing central hockey with an alignment for someone who stands right side of the hockey. And because of that, watch the arm. When he throws to the left. He throws across himself. He's not throwing out, it's across and left. So for him to get the timing right to throw straight down the line, he'll have to engage the wrist a lot more. So all it is just changing the footing, changing the stance very slightly. Will square him up and he'll just be able to extend the arm freely rather than sort of hooking.
I don't know how you'll hear this, Paul, but you're free to unmute.
It's a really, really, really simple fix. It'd take 10 minutes or so and 6 weeks of training.
Did you ever have a way of knowing that you were standing in exactly the same place on the hockey every time?
No, and it's one of those things that there's a lot of things that I would talk about, advocate and advise people to do as a coach or a mentor, and then totally ignore it all for myself.
Jason, you require 60.
Sometimes knowing what to do doesn't always mean you do it.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Tops. Well, he knows what to do and he knows how to do it. 3 out of 3 on the doubles, averaging well into 3 figures. This is a stunning start.
Jason to throw first.
For Jason Heaver in Group C.
Carrying on how he left off, because the end of yesterday, his Group A campaign, he ended up with an average of 100.19 in victory over Lucas Waclawski.
Maybe superseding the Tsunami here. A statement performance, this.
41. $58. $100. $98.
We saw in the first couple of matches, didn't we? Players who could score well but couldn't finish well. Players who could finish well but couldn't
97.
score well. Well, Heaver's putting it all together here. 3 out of 3 on the doubles. Still averaging over 100.
137.
Making very quick work of this match, which may be about to conclude here.
Well, he should get at least one dart at a double, and he's only needed 1 dart at every double he's gone for, including
97.
the bullseye
Jason, you've required
in this
68.
game. He's got as many as he likes, really. Chooses tops again.
48.
Wasn't far away from a perfect record on the outer ring. Well, there have been signs from Dulson.
130.
Hit 2 maximums.
Jason,
Great
you've required
setup
20.
shot there, but Heaver has just been too good.
Game
And he gets a 4-0 win that you have to say he deserves.
Jason Heaver.
Heaver with a fantastic start to his Group C campaign, averaging 100.2. That is on average 15 darters throughout from Jason Heaver. A brilliant performance to make a statement in this group, and a 4-0 victory that sends him to the top of the early table. Coming next, 2 players looking for their first wins as Dan Astbury takes on Lucas Waclawski. Game 4 about to get underway then of today's 15, or this afternoon's 15. We've got another 10 Arrows encounters for you this evening, of course, from 10 p.m. UK time, live here on Pluto TV. And this one is a meeting between the Pole, Lucas Waclawski, and Dan Astbury, both of whom went down 4-3 in their opening fixtures of the day. Waclawski to Tom Lonsdale. Astbury, well, he was pickpocketed by Richie Burnett in game 2. So a chance for one of them to get some points on the board. But defeat here would already leave them with an uphill task. And Waclawski will be starting to get used to the fact that this is a shorter group than the one
First leg, it's
that he
Lucas
played
to
earlier
throw
in the week.
first.
So less time to recover from damage.
Game on. $54.
Started so well, didn't he, Lucas Waclawski? In that opening game, raced off into a lead, averaging over 100.
140.
Really did tail off as the game went on. So I suppose the question is, which version are we going to get? And in this Group C campaign, it's not like a Group A where we saw David Evans lose his first 3 matches and be able to turn it around.
140.
But actually, you lose your first 3 in this group and you're pretty much done for. You'd have to win every single game from there.
44.
Especially in this sort of week where it's going to be quite a tight one. I'm expecting Jason Heaver to sort of run away with things at the top, meaning the players are sort of going to be battling out for that second position, if my prediction's correct, of course.
A great example of that
42.
Evans' slow start, and he actually turned it into a dominant group victory, didn't he? In Group A, but less time to get yourself out of trouble, so a defeat here really would probably leave the loser needing to win their final 3 matches
140.
today to be in contention. No doubt about who was the star performer in the first set of matches. Jason Heaver with that brilliant 4-0 win. He takes on Tom Lonsdale after this. Waclawski was excellent with his finishing.
76.
The double is beyond him this time, but he will return.
$56. Lucas, you required 32. Game shot on the first leg.
Just does not miss the doubles,
Waclawski.
Lucas. So strong. It just makes you wonder, doesn't it? If
Second
he
leg,
just
it's Dan to
finds,
throw first.
and it doesn't need to be much when you look at where his averages are at the moment. We're talking 1 extra treble a leg, 1 more dart,
140.
and he could become a serious contender here.
$100. $96.
Astbury had a bit of a scrappy leg last time around. He started it with a 140, just like he has this time around, but then couldn't find
60.
a visit with a big treble in it from that point. So he's already bettered his progress in this one.
57. $45.
It's another sign here of maybe that consistency just not
45.
quite being there at the moment for Lucas.
$134.
And that's something as well that was working really well for Lucas in his Group A campaign. The switching down to the treble 19, the moving around the board.
59.
Maybe not the right time to do it, in the fact that he's not got himself down to a finish. But I did allude to in Group A, there's probably going to be a point that comes where Lucas starts to become aware that he's having more success elsewhere. And
84.
will start
And it
to
required
switch a lot
104.
earlier.
$76. Lucas, you require 78.
Astbury passing up opportunities, and we know that this man can take them.
No
He
score.
won't be taking that one.
Daniel required 28.
Needed the single, hit the treble.
Game shot on the second leg.
And he's
Dan
punished.
Astbury.
Do you know, actually, in some forms of darts, that would have counted as a checkout.
Third leg is Lucas to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, well done, Lucas. 2-0.
No master out rule here at the Super Series. I believe it's a soft tip rule.
120.
Well, on soft tip rules, he'd have also just had a 180, wouldn't he? He's playing the wrong game, this man.
59.
And he'd be on the 9 darter.
97.
Solid with the throw, though, here again, Lucas. Which is all he needs to do.
180. $96.
Interesting view we got
95.
there of the stance of Dan Astbury, wasn't it? Very narrow. Normally people like to get a bit of a wide base, make sure they've got the balance.
100. Daniel require 167. $61. Lucas, you require 88.
So treble 20 for starters. Now the 18 segment. Single will get him a shot at the bullseye.
Game
Which he
shot on
finds.
the third leg. Lucas Waclawski.
Just as red hot on that target as he is
Fourth leg, it's Dan to throw first.
on the outside
Game.
ring.
$43.
Proving to be a very dangerous player. There's that switch again. High levels of
130.
success down on the treble 19. Making a move now on the Dan Astbury darts.
59.
Astbury already lost a game already today. That to Richie Burnett. 4 legs to 3. Second game on. Things could start to get a little bit concerning very early.
58. $100.
He probably should have started on the 19s here. Did he hit the single with his first dart? Could have still left to finish by finding 2 treble 20s. In fact, Dan Astbury may well consider the
44.
19s route on 299 as well.
59.
265, the approved route is 19s. He does oblige on this occasion. I think it's something we've got a lot of new participants in, darts recently, Matt, and it's something that they'll have to learn quickly. It's not just about throwing at the treble 20 until you've left yourself a finish. In fact, if you just throw at the treble 20, you couldn't leave yourself a double, could you?
Which is probably why the extra 1 point was added to the 500. Oh, this is a move, though.
140.
Is he going to put a little bit of daylight between himself and Astbury here?
134.
Good response.
Requires 68.
First real big moment in this game. He's going to get a dart on most occasions. It's all he's needed.
36.
A rare miss.
46.
And a bad miss as well. So it does pose the question, is it the moment that's got to him? Has the moment got to Astbury as well? That's a bad miss. Going for a single 14. Nowhere near it. One dart at the same target. He's just seen his opponent fail to hit, and he can't find it either.
Lucas, you require 32.
And now there's big trouble for Dan Astbury. This man tends not to miss these sort of opportunities.
Single 16, yeah. 24. Daniel require 32.
Well, I didn't expect to see that the way that Lucas has been finishing the last 3 days. A rare slip, a rare blip.
Is there any way in here? Should he even bother throwing it? There's no chance.
Left and high he's gone for. Left and high it is.
Four flag. Dan Astbury.
Always fancied him for that.
Fifth leg is Lucas to throw first.
I'm with you. When he went left, I was cringing. I'm thinking, why are you going left and high? Because that's just going to hit the flight. I thought the shot there was go right and throw into the barrel. But he pulled it off. That is a massive, massive shot and very big in terms of the context of the match.
Yeah, and I hate to say it, especially this early in the piece, but it seems like Matthew Edgar's pre-session analysis is going to prove to be spot on here, because the early matches indicate exactly that. Jason Heaver demolished Paul Dulson 4-0. There has been absolutely nothing between them in all the other encounters.
59.
Almost sounded like a bit of praise coming my way there, actually.
Almost.
100.
Gotta say, it's much nicer when someone else is saying it rather than myself.
58.
Yeah, in all of the fixtures, every possible leg played, but Heaver only needed 4, the minimum amount to win his game. He'll return against Tom Lonsdale next. That should pose 45. A little bit more of a challenge. Lonsdale, of course, a winner already, beating this man, Waclawski, in the opening game. $100. $41. $100. $100. Because you require 88.
a bit sloppy and a little bit
40.
messy at the back
Dan
end of the
require
legs now.
156.
Things getting a bit desperate for Dan. Another one of those. Oh, double 18 for a steal.
138.
Would have
Lucas, you
been
require
two
48.
in different ways. Magnificent finishes for Dan Astbury, but has Lucas hit a wall on the doubles, or can
Game
he
shot on the fifth leg.
redeem himself? Well, the answer
Lucas
is
Waclawski.
the latter. And he's back in front,
Sixth
one
leg is
away
Dan to throw first.
from picking
Game
up his first points in this group.
on. 180. $60.
Can't add to the 4 perfect darts.
100.
We've already had a 9 dart finish this week, of course. I don't think we've ever had 2 in the same week.
We had the one where it's back-to-back games, didn't we? Was it Lee Cox?
Oh, of course, yeah. Same. Yeah.
38.
Forgot about that. Who was it?
Tommy Lishman, Lee
That's
Cox,
him,
wasn't
that's
it?
him, yeah. He was actually one of the players I was referring to, who played on the Pro Tour
137.
recently and was admiring the standard. We still haven't had one on a Saturday night, a 9 dart finish.
81. Down here, quite 84.
I think this is more a question of how much time does Dan Astbury need to get this leg won? Because he's got plenty of it.
$44. $60. Down to require 40.
So to take a third game out of 4 to a decider.
$20.
Nothing Lucas can do.
Well, it was hit and hope, and he's not got the hit. So he needs plenty of hope.
Required 20.
15 darts thrown. Still comfortably in the 200s.
No score.
But this is going to make things worse for Dan Astbury. The drama at the back end of this leg is just going to plant that seed of doubt. Should he get this to 3 apiece, the seed of doubt will be planted about crossing the line.
60. Down you require 20. Game shot on the 6th flag.
All square, then it comes down to this leg. Both players have been in this position already.
Final leg is Lucas to throw
Both
first.
players have lost
Game on.
in this position already.
And that little fist bump there at 3-3 would have made Cameron Menzies happy.
60.
Was refused a handshake at 5-5.
Yeah, I also heard an interview this week with Adrian Lewis saying that he doesn't like all that.
99.
Players are fist bumping each other too much, too friendly with each other.
Yeah, well, I'll agree. I'll agree.
$134. $100.
When they shake hands at the end of the encounter, who will have the points in the pocket? Is Waclawski making his move here? Another treble to be first to a finish.
100.
Can't quite manage it.
$98.
Can't split them.
59.
Well, no treble. Just opens the door for Astbury to leave a more favourable finish. He's going to do that. And how?
140. Lucas, you've 148. $96. Daniel requires 64.
This for the win.
48.
And an opportunity
Lucas, you require
arises for his
52.
opponent. Match start miss for Dan Astbury. Just like in the game against Richie Burnett, he could be top of the table here with 4 points. Instead,
Game shot
he's got
and the
none.
match.
As Lucas Waclawski gets a 4-3 victory to defeat Dan Astbury and win for the first time in Group C. Astbury will be aching in pain from 2 last leg decider defeats, but the points go the way of the pole. Coming next, Jason Heaver, who won his first match 4-0, is going to take on Tom Lonsdale right after this short break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lebanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burnett. Time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burnett. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, brought to you live and free on Pluto TV. And up next, this man, well, he is looking to continue what has been a blistering start to this group. Jason Heaver won 4-0 in his opening match against Paul Dulson. In the process, he averaged 100.2 and was 80% successful on his doubles, including an 81 out on the bull. Tom
First leg
Lonsdale's
is
going to have his
Jason
work
to
cut
throw
out if he's going to
first.
stop the tsunami
Game
here.
on.
Lonsdale did get a win and will be top of the table if he does manage to overhaul Heaver in this one. But if they both play like they
100.
started, then you would expect Heaver to win this one and win it quite comfortably, and potentially win every game quite comfortably in this group.
135.
And he's demonstrated the ability to be able to sustain that level of performance that we saw in the first. It wasn't a case of what we saw in the first game.
60.
Is he able to do that? Has he got evidence of doing so? Yes, we can certainly evidence that performance of Jason Heaver and put that to time at the
57.
very highest level. But you'd consider yourself an educated man, wouldn't you, Murph? And
80.
I asked this same question to Henry Deacon, and he didn't really have an answer.
Go ahead. I'm not sure I like where this is going, but try, mate.
Okay.
44.
Within the English language, there are very silent letters. How do you explain the T at the start of tsunami?
95.
Well, I can only assume it's not an English word.
$83.
So that's my answer. Of course, if you're from where we're from originally, Matt, it's tsunami, isn't it, up in Yorkshire?
140.
Better answer than what I got about Henry Deacon gave me anyway.
Well, he's got more
58.
silent letters
Jason
than
McQuarrie,
most.
26. Game show on the first leg. Jason Heaver.
Won't be silent today. He's making a lot of noise.
Second leg is Tom to throw first. Game on. 41.
I've just managed to remember, actually, about tsunami, just from the depths of my
140.
extremely educated brain. And it is a Japanese word, an amalgamation of two Japanese words, in fact, harbour and wave. The su bit meaning harbour, the
140.
next bit meaning wave. And I also think about Japanese racing driver Yuki Tsunoda, pronounced the same way as well.
66.
So where does the T come from then?
Japan.
135.
We're making good progress in this leg. Is
59.
Lonsdale.
$51.
Looking to level 134 when he returns.
$66. Tommy Rock 134.
Well, the slip has still left him a finish. But Lonsdale will...
79.
Well, should have laid up
You require
to
170.
leave tops. He's left himself a two-darter instead with that miss.
$105. Tommy require 55. Game show on the second.
All square.
leg. Tom Lonsdale. Third leg is Jason to throw first. Game on.
When you think about the campaign for Jason Heaver today, that probably
60.
was ideal for him losing that leg because it doesn't allow those sort of side stories to start presenting themselves. He won his opening game 4-0 against Paul Dulson.
39.
Then he won the opening leg one. That's 5 in a row. The longer that chain starts to come, you then start to get distracted by other factors.
60.
Seeing players on winning runs, losing runs, that become aware of the stories. How many times has someone in a Group A campaign said they want to be the
61.
one to do the first 30 from 30?
$60. 31.
Richie Burnett back in action after this one. He's taken on Paul Dulson, yet to win a leg thanks to Jason Heaver's brilliant performance against him.
45.
Well, they've not found a treble in this leg yet, Jason Heaver. Opportunity of Tom
59.
Lonsdale, if he could get his act together, but a very slow scoring leg.
Yeah, scrappy from the pair of them. Lots of wayward darts. Just the wrong side of the wire on the treble 20 and treble
45.
19. Both players suffering the same at the same time.
All it takes to snap out of it is one player hits something big.
98.
A 140, a 180. And we're back to game on again. Because all you see at the moment, you just see the opportunities. May look down on the 19s here.
140.
Could have also used the bull 25 for a slightly better
59.
shot, but
Jason, you've
he
required
won't feel
91.
pressurised by Lonsdale in this leg. 74 left. 32 left.
59.
Just knocked out of his rhythm there by having to do the sums and ask the referee. Double 17.
137.
What a shot that would have been.
Jason, you require 32.
I like the play there as well. Rather than chasing it around the board, staying on the treble 20.
Game show on the third leg. Jason Heaver.
They both just started to come good at the end of the leg. Hopefully the scruffiness has disappeared because Heaver is not playing anywhere near the standard he did in his opening match. That may change quite quickly.
180. $96.
I suppose this goes to show what we said about the Group A campaign of David Evans. It's not always the A game that's going to come forward. Sometimes you have to get through with that B game or that C game.
58.
Ultimately, the sort of B game is where you're going to play the majority of your matches. But this is quality.
170.
Double 8 left after 9. Potential 10 darter.
Not much Lonsdale can do against that.
55. Jason, you require 16.
Won't be the 10. But it
Game
won't
show on
matter.
the
Heaver
fourth leg.
has
Jason Heaver.
completely lifted himself out of the doldrums in this game. Leads it
Fifth leg is
3-1.
Jason
Is
to throw first.
throwing to win it
Game.
4-1. Best leg of the day, 11 darts. Well, he could be sneaky here, pretend he's dropped both of his
80.
darts. Yeah, if you were a bit unsure there, he'd actually dropped a dart before we threw that
140.
second one. He didn't pick up the dart that bounced out and throw it again.
If you're just sort of casually viewing, you got the darts on in the background,
60.
or you're eating your dinner and you just looked up at that moment, it would have looked a bit odd.
85.
Deflection there for Lonsdale. But he's still in with a chance here to break back. Early days in this leg, but if Heaver can't find a treble or two, then Lonsdale's taken the darts.
55. $96. $42. $25.
It's a bit of everything this game, hasn't it? Certainly in the Jason Heaver performance. 1 minute brilliant, the next can't hit a thing, then back to brilliance again.
Yeah, and it's the fact they can do it from nowhere as well that will worry Lonsdale, because that bounce out followed by a dart in the 5 has just put him back on the back foot in this leg. And Heaver will have the opportunity to take out 1, 2, 4. And based on what we've seen so far, he would not put it past
78.
him.
Jason, you've got 124.
And it's on. Gambled on the treble. And found the wrong one. And having Lonsdale the opportunity
108.
to stay in this match.
77.
Double top to do so.
57.
Wasn't far away.
Jason, you require 60.
And it's Jason Heaver who carries on this dominant start to this group. Lonsdale goes down 4-1, restricted to just 4 darts at double in the game. And Jason Heaver, with that brilliant 11 darter in the middle, manages to double his points tally and remain unbeaten after 2. Coming up next, Richie Burnett takes on Paul Dulson.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gage wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Game
Couldn't get the job
got
done.
in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
5 matches played already here on Thursday here at the Super Series, and we're going into match number 6. Jason Heaver looking the man to beat here in Group C, losing just one leg in his victories so far today. Them over Tom Lonsdale, and against that man, Paul Dulson, the player he played in the opening game, yet to win a leg so far today. Paul Dulson, the traditional
First leg is Richie
ADC
to throw
qualifier.
first. Game on.
The reason the vault system was invented was to unearth those hidden gems. Can the man from Wrexham get one up here on another Welsh legend in
58.
Richie Burnett? Someone Paul Dulson would be very well aware of, someone he would have been watching throughout his entire life, and a great opportunity now for him to share the stage and the opportunity, maybe, to get a big scalp.
60.
And that's what he'll be hunting. Even though it was a 4-0 defeat to Jason Heaver, he didn't disgrace himself in that performance. 2 maximums in it for Dulson. And Richie Burnett, you have to say, really snatched victory from
95.
the jaws of defeat against Dan Astbury in that win he got.
Oh, I like the choice of words there as well.
Totally intended, I promise.
It was right on cue because Richie Burnett with the first
43.
snatch of the game.
But a win here would see him keep up the pace with
41.
Jason Heaver, who he doesn't play until his last match of the day. Game 13 of the 15 we're going to bring you this afternoon.
$21.
Now, there is one thing that does concern me very slightly with Paul Dulson, and that comes into the fact that he let me know about a little bit of an ache in the shoulder, something he's had to deal with for a lot of years. And it just concerned me very slightly
59.
in regards to the amount of darts he's going to have to play in a campaign here. Certainly when he plays his darts in and around the Wrexham area, I'm sure he's not having to play for what would be essentially 6+ hours like he will have to here at the Super Series.
Yeah, and there are some players, aren't there, who just continue playing as well in the back room. You only see them on the stage for what, probably
60.
an hour and a half playing time per day. But some players will consistently hammer the practice board in between as well.
Yeah, you've got to keep ticking over when you're trying to sustain a performance for as long as we are, because the stiffness can kick in. You know, you're stopping and starting all the time. You're just going to make sure you don't completely cool off. You know, you think about
55.
half time in a football game, they don't
We
just sit
require
down or lay down the
106.
entire time. You still have to just keep loosely moving.
I go for a pint and a pie.
Is that instead of playing the football match?
Most people
98,
probably thought I meant when watching, but actually probably did do that when I was playing as well. 1-3-3 on offer here for Richie Burnett. Gets the first third done. Treble 11 was his target there to try and tee up tops, and now Dulson
81.
will have a go,
We
winning
require
his first leg of the
8.
day.
Game shot on the first leg.
Well, he's been good on
Paul
the doubles
Dulson.
today, hasn't he? Paul Dulson. He didn't get a go
Second
against
against
Jason
Paul to throw
Heaver, and he's hit his
first.
only attempt here
Game.
against Richie Burnett. Brilliant.
$100. 140. 43.
We've seen these stories, haven't we, though, where players have just played in their local area. When
81.
they've come to the Super Series, it's sort of inspired them to go do a little bit more. I think one of the real standout cases for me was a couple of years ago. Remember Robert Grundy? Came here to the Super Series, won a week, ended up going on to give a tour card. Till then, never really played much outside of his local area.
Yeah, from that northeast area that has seemed to be a hotbed in
100.
recent times.
I can imagine over the years there's been many county
58.
selects to try and get this man, though, to play for their county side. Certainly got the quality to play that level and beyond. He actually won the County Open not too long ago, beat Dan Lowby in the final.
60.
The left-handed speedster American who's currently applying his trade on the Pro Tour.
Well, this is putting pressure
135.
on Richie Burnett here. Paul Dulson tees up
Richie
tops. Burnett will have to take out the 120 if he is to break back immediately.
$80. Paul, you require 40.
Couldn't manage to do it, so Dulson to double his lead.
Game shot on the second leg. Paul Dulson.
2 out of 2, not just for the match, for the day.
Third
On
leg, it's
doubles, Paul
Richie to throw
Dulson.
first. Game on.
Well, back-to-back games, he's not missed a dart at a double. He didn't miss a dart at a double in his opening game, and he hasn't done one here yet either.
140. $85. $80. $43. $60. $81.
Well, that's a good start for Burnett. Really needs to win this leg.
81.
Just seems to be loads of visits like that today for Richie Burnett, where it starts so well. First starts in the treble 20, and then it just gets progressively worse. Single 20, single 1. Great example of the problem that he's had
100.
today.
Richie require 140. $100.
Better leg, though, this one, Richie. Down to a finish after 15. But it could be a really key exchange here. Dulson leaving himself handy.
136.
This doesn't
Richie
go for
require
Burnett.
40.
Dulson's got a double break opportunity. Vital visit here for Richie.
Game shot on the third
No
leg.
drama.
Richie Burnett.
Just how he'd have wanted it to go. First
Fourth leg,
start,
it's
no
Paul to throw
fuss.
first. Game on.
Back in the game.
Yeah, needed that leg. But he's going to be up against it in this one.
121.
Last start offers some optimism to the Prince of Wales.
100.
Really opened my eyes, though, as well, Paul Dulson, this morning to sort of the thought pattern of players, and maybe one of the reasons as to why he hasn't chased this game as such
43.
and gone down the different roads. When I went in and I asked him if I could just have a couple of minutes of his time just to have a bit of a chat with him, first thing he said was, "Oh no, it's not an interview." And it makes you wonder, doesn't it, like, how many people
97.
like try and avoid sort of the broadcast side of darts, because a lot of the time, even the players at the very top, they're just people that was good at an activity that then get thrusted into this broadcasted world.
140.
Yeah, I was actually going to follow on myself with that, even some players at the top, because I think that is when you're in the realms of kind of wanting it both ways, isn't it? The media attention
60.
is ultimately a big factor in what brings in the big prize money. But they don't want any attention, but do want the big prize money.
$99.
I wonder if that's something that'll change within the game, maybe some form of media training for players.
140, but we require 98. $89.
First missed start
Richie
at a
require
double today for Paul
104.
Dulson. Could provide an opportunity for Richie Burnett to once again become the favourite in this game. He finds the treble that's required.
$72. But we require 9.
Just left the silence there for you all to fill with laughter.
Game shown.
Richie Burnett might not be smiling so much now.
Dulson.
3-1 behind to Paul Dulson.
Fifth leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game.
And if Paul Dulson can win this, it'll only be Dan Astbury without points in this group after the first 2 rounds of fixtures.
100. $46. $60. $83. $139.
Still has a chance here, Burnett. Looking likely to get back within 1, but he would have to then break in the leg that followed.
140. $55.
I suppose the bonus for Richie Burnett is he only needs that one
78.
break, doesn't
Richie
he?
require 147.
But he's even making the holder throw look a little bit tricky. Just not backing up those big visits.
59.
Which ultimately why he's found
Well,
himself
we
here in
require
Group C.
154.
Could be won here and now. Treble 18. Not found, but Burnett has not left himself the simplest of finishes. Might only get a dart at the
98.
bullseye, and Dulson
Richie require
will be
88.
waiting to put him away. Treble 20 would be a much more preferable outcome here. But it's 18s. And the bull for Burnett.
63.
Not found. Is he going
All
to
you
be
require,
defeated?
56.
Well, he felt like he got away with one in the opening game.
Is he going to get away with another one?
Richie required 25.
Suddenly the doubles desert Dulson. And Burnett has already used up one of his lives today. Double 10. Slides
on
it
the
in
fifth
alongside the guide.
Richie Burnett.
Burnett's back in business, but needs to break here.
Sixth flag, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
I feel this is the leg. If Paul Dulson is to win this
140.
match, it needs to be here. If it goes the distance, you would fancy Richie Burnett to be able to claw another one out the fire. Just pulling low.
59. $43.
It's inviting.
Well, he's got it at treble 20 now, surely.
100.
If the first one was inviting, then the second created a perfect barrier.
This is for Richie, where it's that thing I keep
60.
banging on about. If you're only going to get the one treble, you cannot be using the 19s as the cover. 180 now doesn't leave a finish. The 17s is going to be the next evolution of the game.
100.
One thing I've noticed, particularly today, is he doesn't seem to believe the referee Owen Binks, does he? Every time he calls out a score, Burnett gives it a forensic inspection. But he better believe that one, because it puts Burnett's back to the wall.
$68.
Well, that was a risky
you
play
require
anyway there for
78.
Richie Burnett. It was treble 20 or nothing. 6 starts now for Paul Dulson to get the job done from 78.
Double top. Job done.
Game shot
Dulson
and the match.
defeats Burnett.
Paul Dulson.
He's still muttering away about something. Paul Dulson just goes off a happy man with his work done. Burnett can't believe the defeat, but he is defeated 4-2 by his fellow Welshman, who picks up his first points of the week. Coming next, Lucas Waclawski takes on Jason Heaver. Game 7 about to get underway here at the Modus Super Series. Group C is where we're at this week. Group A was won by David Evans. He's through to finals night. Tonight from 10, live on Pluto TV, we're going to see Steve Beaton back in action along with Conor Heenahan, the 9-dart hero, Joe Mernon, Adrian Gray, and the return of David Pallett. But this afternoon, it is Jason Heaver who has been the dominant force, the only unbeaten player after 2 matches in this group. He's taken on the man who actually currently sits in second in the table. That's how tight it is. Only 2
First leg
legs
is Lucas to throw
separate
first.
the remaining
Game
players,
on.
although Dan Astbury doesn't have any points to his name. It's -2 for him, -2 for Paul Dulson on 2 points, -2 for Tom Lonsdale, -1 for Richie Burnett, and 0 for Waclawski. Heaver has been so good, he's the only player with a positive leg difference of
95.
+7. Dominant stuff so far.
As is the head-to-head clash between the pair as well. On Monday, Jason Heaver a 4-3 victory over Lucas before
60.
a 4-0 success on Tuesday. Dominant display from Heaver. Yesterday, had to turn it around. Lucas went 3-1 up. Heaver winning the last 3 legs, ending with an average of 100.19. So the head-to-head reading does look very good here for Jason Heaver.
$96. $59.
Yeah, we saw that really good performance from Heaver in his first match when he won 4-0 with a 3-figure average against Paul Dulson.
140.
Wasn't quite at the same standard, even though it was a 4-1 win against Tom Lonsdale. There was a brilliant 11-dart leg in there, but there was some scrappy stuff as well.
$96. $65. $140. Jason, you're 140. $60. Lucas, you require 71.
A lot can be made from head-to-head stats and head-to-head clashes. Lucas will know he's been knocking on the door. Knows he's been close to getting the victory over Jason Heaver, but
No
that is a
score.
big mistake,
Jason,
a
you
big
require
slip.
80.
Goes right back to the 71. Jason Heaver, ooh, interesting.
And he's got a choice here. He could go 25 bull, could go treble 17, double 12. Now he wishes he'd done the latter.
That's the hazard of the 25 though,
56.
isn't it? You miss
Lucas, you require 70.
in the middle and on the outside. It's looks easy because of the size of it, but that is a good find from Lucas. Another opportunity on the double 16.
39.
And
Jason,
the
you
thing that's
require
been
24.
such a strength for him has really let him down at the back end of this leg. Jason Heaver, a break opportunity.
Game shot on the first leg. Jason Heaver.
He'll take that. Not the same glorious fashion that we've seen
Selling his
for much
Jason
of
to throw
today, but he
first.
does break
Game.
in the opening leg. One thing I do want you to do, Matt, I don't know if you've done it already this week, but just break down the actual equipment for Jason Heaver, because it does look slightly unorthodox to me.
80.
Oh, it's very different. It is very different. And that's why if you notice some of the times that the darts land in at different angles, because there's not a lot of control coming from the back end of the dart.
96.
Quite heavy on the front end, very condensed. Very upright there, you see, and if you have a look at the flights, that's where the real attention needs to be drawn. A
100.
very unusual shape, which is no longer made. That's why he's got Jonathan Worsley Womble flights. Which, I did tell you today, I found it very surprising, because normally if you're going to have a new shape of flight, you need to have a press for the machine. And the press for the machine to be able to cut the flight is roughly around about £20,000. So if you're going to have a new press to make this flight, I don't see why you haven't produced it en masse. I don't see where they would even recoup the cost of the press if they've already cut the shape of the flight. But with that,
80.
not a lot of wingspan, not a lot of capture. Imagine it like a parachute. Less stability the smaller it is.
135. Lucas, you've got 145.
Well, they're working well for him. Waclawski, though, may have a party piece here. Needed the treble to get a go at tops.
129. Jason, you've got 46. Game shot on the second leg. Jason Heaver.
Well, that one a lot better for Jason Heaver. Drama-free as he doubles his lead.
Lucas to throw first. Game on.
Makes you wonder how much this will encourage Jason Heaver to get back
46.
out there again, because he's not really been attempting to get back onto the Pro Tour as of recent years. Certainly since losing his card, sort of just accepted, well, that was my time on the Pro Tour and can enjoy me darts.
140.
This is going to be very encouraging for him here. A debut campaign here at the Super Series, and with relative success so far.
Well, high darts above the
60.
treble is exactly where Lucas would want them, but he couldn't make use of either of those markers. They were spread out, one left, one right.
And there, this is what I'm talking about.
85.
You see the first one, the flight was leaning right, then flight leaning left, and then straight back at you again. That's
45.
just because all the weight is down that front end and there's just not much in terms of stability at the back.
You can almost see the dart sort of spinning in the air.
140.
And again, first one flight right, next two flight left. So just a little less control.
But in
99.
control of the
Jason, you've got
contest and in control of the group.
136.
136, 2 visits at least to convert it.
$128. $99. Jason, you require 8. Game shot on the third leg. Jason Heaver.
So 3-0 Heaver, no surprise.
Fourth leg is
Average
Jason to throw first.
95.94. 75% success rate on doubles. In fact, he's had the same number of attempts at doubles as his opponent has. He's hit none.
134.
Just hasn't recovered really from the damage of those misses in that opening leg.
57. $25.
Jason Heaver is to win this leg. He'll be on 6 points with 12 legs won, with only 1 against him in response.
140.
Yeah, and it's total domination, isn't it? When you look at the leg difference column in the group, he'll be on +11. The next player will be on -1.
26.
Lucas Waclawski will have gone from 2nd to 5th as a result of the margin of defeat in this game, and will have the worst leg difference in the group.
Although that may not be too much of a concern at the moment.
95.
Jason Heaver 25 and 26 his last 2 visits. Okay, start the concern again.
140.
Astbury Dulson coming up after this.
55. $100. Lucas, you've 154. $35. Jason, you've 76.
So this for the second whitewash win of his day. And Jason Heaver has demolished Lucas Waclawski in that one. A 4-0 success. It's the second time he's won by that margin today, and the second time he's done it with an 80% strike rate on the doubles. Heaver is absolutely dominating this group. 6 points from 6, and he's only dropped one leg in 3 matches. What a start for Heaver. Coming next, Astbury versus Dulson.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lebanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burnett. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burnett. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
On we go then here at the Modus Super Series, and we're in the middle match of this afternoon session. Dan Astbury about to take on that man there, Paul Dulson, who won his previous game 4-2. A real landmark victory, you would think, for the Welshman against the legendary Richie Burnett. A 4-2 success for the Wrexham man in that encounter. He takes on Astbury, who's the only player in this group yet to pick up any points. And Well, Matthew Edgar alongside me, and I am going to praise him here for his prediction, said at the start of the day, Jason Heaver will dominate the group and everybody else will battle it out for second place. And if Astbury wins this match, Jason Heaver will be top on 6 points. Everybody else will have 2.
First leg, it's Dan to throw first.
Shaping up
Game
quite
on.
quickly, isn't it, in regards to the runaway leader, which means that second place is wide open for any one of the 5.
And maybe one of your rules won't apply, that rule of 3. That you can only lose 3 matches if you want to get through, because they'll be sharing the points out that much that maybe someone will sneak through on a lower points tally than usual in this group. Also get the sense that it does mean that everybody's going to be in the race tomorrow if they continue to share it out. If someone just gets a little bit lucky today, they could be in a very good position. Win those last leg deciders. Find themselves on 6 points. Possibly 8 with a bit of rub of the green.
44.
Which I suppose makes that win, which Paul Dulson had in his last game over Richie Burnett by 4 legs to 2, quite an important one.
78.
Because Richie Burnett could have got his nose in front and been one of those players who sort of grows in confidence, and you don't want confidence on the shoulders of Richie Burnett.
And let's not forget, he was the favourite to win this group, not Jason Heaver. The bookies had Burnett as the group winner.
Yeah, this morning when I had a look at the odds, Heaver was actually 4 to 1 third favourite.
40.
Good leg this from Astbury. Tops for a 13 dart leg. Double 10.
Game shot the
Nicely
first
done.
leg. Dan Astbury.
Burnett is back in action next, by the way. Tom
So now it's
Lonsdale,
Paul
the
to throw
opponent,
first.
next time for the Prince of Wales.
$140. $99. $60.
I suppose the story of the day so far for Dan Astbury has been
140.
close, but not able to cross the line. Both his games have gone by 4 legs to 3. Lost 4-3 to Richie Burnett in his opener, and then Lucas Waclawski beat him by 4 legs to 3. Where Dan Astbury did get a match start.
$43. $60.
Yeah, he's been in a position in each of those games, hasn't he, to win. Astbury could have been unbeaten going into this match. Instead, he hasn't won. An early break here would really just give him a bit more freedom, a bit more confidence. 17 leaves tops.
Game shot on the second leg. Dan Astbury. Third leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Looking so much better in this game, Dan Astbury. Backed up in the stats. Averaging 103 at the moment. Some of that does come down to when you start the day, you almost want it to go perfect. You always plan it out just from that winning side.
131.
When it sort of goes against the plan, you just end up taking it shot at a time, game at a time.
97.
You do have a little bit of time in a Group C, but not too much of it. If he was to lose this, then troubles would present themselves. I always say you can lose 3 and still be fine,
100.
and a lot of the time you've got to play it like that. Players come in and they look at the table, they look at the results. Just have that sort of goal in mind of, in this campaign, you need to win 7 of your 10 games. And the majority of the time, that's enough. So you've got 3 lives, 3 opportunities, of which, if that was the case, Dan's used 2 already.
60. Danny require 164.
Decided.
132.
So he didn't need to go for treble 18, therefore go for the bull. He's playing it sensible here. Just wants to get the job done with minimum fuss.
60. Daniel require 32. Game shot on the third leg. Dan Astbury.
A minimum fuss required. 3-0.
Fourth leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on. $60. $58. $40.
The old Robin Hood there for Paul Dulson. This could be quite an ironic pattern of play as well here for Dulson. Lost his opening game to Jason Heaver 4-0 before beating Welsh legend Richie Burnett by 4 legs to 2. He's in danger now of another 4-0 defeat.
100.
Tom Lonsdale, Richie Burnett, the final game in this cycle of fixtures.
100. $131. $58. Paul, you require 170. $98.
Well, it doesn't look like we're going to follow the Heaver whitewash with a Astbury one as well.
Paul, you require 72.
Dulson in command of leg 4.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
And he does indeed
Paul Dulson.
get over the line in that leg.
Fifth leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on. $58.
But are we seeing a more exaggerated version of what we've seen in the last couple of performances from Dan Astbury? When he gets that 3 legs on the board, that final leg, unable to cross the line.
60.
Or certainly not able to perform to the same levels.
$59.
It's quite often said, isn't it? Getting the first double hit on the big game is very important. Getting that first leg on the board. How important here at the Super Series is getting that first win on the board in this Group C campaign, and maybe that's what's going through the mind of Dan Astbury right now.
134. 60.
Still very much within his gift to get it done, and to get it done in this leg.
100. $81. Dan require 150.
He's got 6 stars to do it now, Dan Astbury. 150 left. Another one of those may stay there.
Didn't stay there. Instead, opted to take it out on the 18s. 150. Brilliant from Dan Astbury. That's the way to win. He's missed starts to win each of his previous 2 games, but finally he picks up points, and in doing so, finds himself second in the table. What a turnaround for Astbury. A 4-1 win for him coming next. Burnett is back. He takes on Tom Lonsdale.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, live on Pluto TV, where Richie Burnett is back on the stage, ready to take on Tom Lonsdale, and whoever wins this match will be in a provisional qualification spot. That's because 5 players are all tied on 2 points. 1 win from
First
2
leg,
for
it's
this pair,
Tom
1
to
from
throw
3
first.
for
Game
Waclawski
on.
and Dulson, but 3 from 3 for Jason Heaver, who's the dominant force in this group.
140.
Based on what you've seen so far, Matthew, who's the most likely candidate to win this clash?
140.
We haven't seen the best from Tom Lonsdale right now, but I quite fancy him to pick up the victory here.
85.
We've not seen Richie Burnett demonstrate good qualities in bouncing back so far this week. When things haven't gone right, they tend to continue in that vein.
60.
Does look like he's trying to control his emotions a little bit more today. However, we know right around the corner
58.
it all start going wrong. And one of the things we've noted with Richie Burnett is as the day's gone on, the performance has also started to drop.
58. 60. 45. Tommy require 158. 84. 58. Tommy
Not
requires
finding much in this
74.
opening leg, Richie Burnett. Tom Lonsdale will feel like he's got 6 here, even though it's not a certainty.
34. Richie require
Burnett needing a
140.
perfect visit. Couple of trebles and a double. Well, there's one. There's 2.
120.
Needed
Tommy
perfection.
require 40.
Very, very close to doing so. Tom Lonsdale had time,
30.
and he's used it. He's added
Richie
all.
require 20.
Well, Burnett off the hook. He's been given opportunities today. Taken some, hasn't taken others. Can he take this one?
No score. Tommy required 10.
And I believe that was the Burnett pirouette.
Game shot on the first leg.
But the leg
Tom Lonsdale.
is locked in by Lonsdale.
Second leg, it's Richie
Pop
to
quiz
throw
time.
first. Game
Can you name another dart player who used to do the full 360 spin?
What, regularly?
100.
I've seen Colin Lloyd do it in celebration.
Yeah, that was where I was going with
Oh,
it.
was
yeah.
it?
Yeah. Colin Lloyd.
Ruined that.
Well, you got it right.
Okay.
So
100.
Well, as Lonsdale got it right in the leg. Burnett still yet to hit his first maximum today, by the way.
40.
No surprise that Jason Heaver is the superior performer of the day. 92 average for the day. Burnett, in contrast, 83.75. Not much between him and Tom Lonsdale going into this match. Lonsdale averaging about 82.
95. Richie require 161. 30.
I think
83.
this leg
Richie require
summarises exactly how this
131.
group feels. Opportunity, invitations. Richie Burnett steaming away with it, then hits a 30 and offers a way back
99.
in. I think that's how it sort of felt for everyone but Jason Heaver so far.
57. Richie require 32. 16. Tommy require 126.
Oh, this is going to hurt Burnett, isn't it? All eyes on Burnett if the ball goes.
Game shot on the second leg. Tom Lonsdale.
He can but laugh.
Third leg, it's Tom
Second
to
ton
throw
topper of the
first.
day in this
Game
group
on.
comes from Tom Lonsdale. The 126 in this match follows the 150 we saw to win the previous match from Dan Astbury.
78. 50. 51. 52. 53. 54. 55. 56. 57. 58. 59. 60. 61. 62. 63. 64. 65. 66. 67. 68. 69. 70. 71. 72. 73. 74. 75. 76. 77. 78. 79. 80. 81. 82. 83. 84. 85. 86. 87. 88. 89. 90. 91. 92. 93. 94. 95. 96. 97. 98. 99. 100. 101. 102. 103. 104. 105. 106. 107. 108. 109. 110. 111. 112. 113. 114. 115. 116. 117. 118. 119. 120. 121. 122. 123. 124. 125. 126. 127. 128. 129. 130. 131. 132. 133. 134. 135. 136. 137. 138. 139. 140. 141. 142. 143. 144. 145. 146. 147. 148. 149. 150. 151. 152. 153. 154. 155. 156. 157. 158 59. $42.
I did pose the prospect in the week to Henry regarding bringing back the microphones. Remember
60.
for a period of time they mic'd the players up? Imagine miking up Richie Burnett.
Yeah, we've done some special challenges here where players have been mic'd up.
100.
And in the very early editions of this tournament, when players, well, first of all playing from home, but then secondly playing in a socially distant studio, they actually had to
95.
call their own scores out, didn't they? So you'd hear every word.
58.
Yes, I famously blamed the dog for me missing a dart at a double. I didn't even have a dog.
80.
It didn't need to be mic'd up there, did he, Richie? A bit of a Victor Meldrew moment.
59.
I'll give you another pop quiz in a moment. I will save that for the next. It's like a pop quiz cliffhanger.
60.
Well, you know,
Tommy Rock 164.
you know earlier on, Matt, when you said that Richie Burnett was trying to keep his emotions in check, I think he might have failed
60.
that particular test.
Richie Require 147.
And I don't think Owen Binks was too impressed either, was he?
Yeah, certainly he does have that Mario Balotelli attitude today. Why always me?
97. Tommy Require 104.
Animated antics from Burnett. This is still on. This is going to really hurt him if that had gone in.
44.
That's why a lot of players
Richie
don't watch,
Require
isn't it?
50.
Because they know the outcome, but sometimes how it happened is even more painful. Well, he's going for double 18.
14.
Can't find that either.
Tommy Require
Can't
60.
make rhyme nor reason of it, Richie Burnett today. 2 10s.
Game show on the third leg. Tom
3-0.
Lonsdale. Fourth leg to Richie to throw first. Game on.
Did you notice Tom Lonsdale's reaction there? It's almost like he's at the zoo teasing some big angry cat.
100.
Well, I promised you another pop quiz there in the last leg. And
134.
I shall oblige. You mentioned there about the darts at home, the COVID days. What was the very first
57.
ever game behind closed doors darts?
Good question.
180.
Well, there were 2 tournaments, weren't there? There was, I think it was the Modus Icons of Darts, the first event for this. And there was also the PDC Home Tour, was it called? Which is a very interesting name. Let me answer in the next match. Give the viewers time to ponder and shout at their screens. Because this game could be over. This is potentially a 10-dart leg for Tom Lonsdale, who must be feeling at home now.
140.
And Richie Burnett will be wishing he is anywhere else but here. He's not going to go for the firework finish. But double 16
18.
would have
Richie
got the job
Require
done.
104.
Burnett breathes again for now.
$38. Tommy Require 32. Game shot and the match. Tom Lonsdale.
I think Richie Burnett there was taking his darts out rather violently. Shaky stuff from him, but smooth stuff for Tom Lonsdale, who wins 4-0. He can't help but grin in the end. Burnett boiled over, it's as simple as that. And he was bowled over by Lonsdale, who wins with a whitewash. Heaver looking to maintain his unbeaten record next when he takes on Dan Astbury. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Here's what's happened so far on Thursday afternoon, and it's been a really dominant day for Jason Heaver, winning all 3 of his matches, only dropping 1 leg in the process, and everybody else sharing out the spoils that remain. Tom Lonsdale, though, with that 4-0 win before the break against Richie Burnett, is the one who puts himself in 2nd place in the table. It's all important to finish in the top 2. They go through to finals night. Heaver is looking very likely to do that if he carries on his march to victory. Lonsdale occupies 2nd, but only 1 win between him, Astbury, Waclawski, Burnett and Dulson. And Richie Burnett will be back after this match. He's going to take on Lucas Waclawski, and he needs to simmer down in that practice room after defeat to Tom Lonsdale, because it could be an almost instant return if Jason Heaver carries on doing what he's been doing.
Well, by the end of today, we could really have a shaping in the table in regards to the direction of Jason Heaver. Looking good at the moment for a Saturday night place, joining David Evans, the winner of the Group A campaign.
It's Jason to throw first. Game on.
But Jason Heaver has been here all week. He'd have seen Richie Burnett. He'd have seen the fact that his performances have sort of dropped off as the day's gone on. He'll be happy that he's got to play him in the very last game. So he'll probably feel that get this one done, and it might be a clean sweep. Running the card. There's potential. Certainly if he carries on the same sort of level of which we've seen from him so far, that he could do the double card, which is quite rarely spotted.
On the other side of the coin, does the result that Dan Astbury had, just 20 minutes ago, maybe even less, does that pose or result in him posing more of a problem for Jason Heaver here?
I think if he looks at the table, and if he looks at sort of game by game, match by match, and he's trying to play it as a table rather than a continuum, I think this is the worst game he could have had right now. Because he'll be looking at Jason Heaver at the top of the table, and he'll be thinking, I've got to keep hold of him. We've got to keep him on the pack to keep 2 spots open. Otherwise, they're all just playing for 1.
98.
Astbury's final game of the group will be against Tom Lonsdale, who's just won 4-0 himself. We'll discuss Richie Burnett a bit more in the next game when he returns for his penultimate game of the day.
140, judging 122.
Favourite to win this group, Richie Burnett, before a dart was thrown. This man's certainly the favourite now.
80. Danny Require 103.
He was the first player to record a big finish today, Dan Astbury. That was the 150 he used to win the match against Paul Dulson, but didn't really scare that one.
2. Daniel Require 36.
Well, by his standards, this is a sluggish start from Jason Heaver. And Astbury has the chance to take advantage. Good guide, good dart. But an over-adjustment leaves him on double 9. Fails to find that.
Jason,
and those are the chances you have to be taking if you are going to break against this man.
Game shot on the first leg. Jason Heaver. Second leg, it's Dan to throw first. Game on.
Well, Jason Heaver was just kind of punching himself in the face there with both fists, and he seemed to put Dan Astbury off for a moment. Look behind him.
Contagious, this, isn't it? Richie Burnett's been beating himself up all week, and now Jason Heaver joining in.
100.
Astbury off with the max. Just the wrong side of the triple 20. If that dart was a little bit more 68. To the left, perfection would have been on. Conor Heenahan earlier this week, if you missed it, produced a 9-dart finish. He's third under this roof.
85.
He'll be back tonight. Group B action, 10 p.m.
99.
He's beaten the favourite to win that group, as he is to go on and win the week. Despite the fact David Evans is already there.
$100.
Yeah, that's
Daniel require
interesting.
154. $64. $140. Daniel require 190.
Just when you think you've got a bit of a march on Jason Heaver, he seems to find something that puts himself back in contention. Bullseye.
55. Jason, you require 76.
We've got Dan Astbury back level. Heaver, break opportunity.
Game shot on the second leg.
And that's the difference, isn't
Jason
it?
Heaver.
Winning the big moments. Astbury himself had the chance
Third leg, it's
to break
Jason
in the
to throw
opening leg,
first.
didn't take the
Game.
chance. When Heaver got his go, there was no trouble at all.
$70. $96. $140. $85. $100. $59. $99.
$92 for 3-0 when he returns. Maybe under some pressure. Maximum pressure.
$180. Jason, you require 92.
And that 36 leaves that 36.
74.
Couldn't take it out. So the
Daniel require
180
81.
gives Astbury a chance.
A rare opportunity coming up against Jason Heaver. Bullseye again.
56.
Misses it
You
again.
require 80.
The leg difference just mounting up here for Jason Heaver.
Yeah, still only lost one leg today.
$14.
Does that
Daniel
change
require
here?
25. No score.
No.
Jason, you require 4. Game shot on the third leg. Jason Heaver.
Must be furious with himself.
Fourth
A
leg,
couple
it's
more
Dan
jabs to
throw
the face
first.
there as well for Jason
Game
Heaver. I find this a very interesting tactic because even if he starts to land a couple of good punches and he thinks like he's winning, he's ultimately losing because he's also
41.
landing the blows on himself.
I do have friends who are casual darts viewers, and they often tell me that darts players are the most
43.
miserable sportsmen that they've ever seen, that they win legs and berate themselves, lose legs and berate themselves.
180.
And I suppose it is because it is a game of small margins, a game of perfection. You know you can do that, hit 180s. So when you don't do it every time, you feel somehow a
60.
failure.
$100. $100. $100.
We talked about it being very
84.
comfortable all day for
Daniel
Jason
McGuire, 80.
Heaver. Now it's very comfortable against him here. Dan Astbury looking good for a holder throw. Allows him to go the more preferred route for him to get to his favourite double
48.
16.
But it does allow Heaver to attempt to at least rattle his cage here.
100.
Really force that last
Daniel
start
McGuire,
in.
32. Game shot on the 4 flag. Dan Astbury.
Well, that is just a second leg loss by Heaver
Fifth
today,
against
but he
Jason to throw
can
first. Game on.
win 4-1 for the second time if he holds here.
$60. $59. $60.
Just coming off the boil here, Jason Heaver. Average drops into the low
39.
80s. By far, statistically, the worst performance we've seen from him today. I think what he'll find
60.
frustrating here, which is probably why he's giving himself a few jabs to the face, is he's not far away, just peppering around the treble 20.
58. $95.
It's looking like it will be
59.
another win by a massive margin for Jason Heaver here. 4-0 twice. This would be the second 4-1.
43.
I mean, it's early to say. It's only his fourth game of 10 in this group, but we could be looking at a record-breaking Group C campaign.
140. $93. Down number 146.
Brilliant. Double 16.
114. Jason, you're 190.
It's not the first time he's missed a chance to break. That was a great attempt. Heaver's just checking probably what his opponent's on. Oh. Well, I felt sure
54.
that he would go
Daniel required 32.
20-20 bull there. But he backed himself to find a treble, and he did find a treble.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Dan Astbury.
He was quite fortunate there, really, with dart 2. He
Sixth
missed
leg,
on the
it's Dan to
outside
throw
because
first.
had he had to go back up for the double 8, he kind of
Game
blocked
on.
it with that first dart. Use there of one of those resin pouches from Dan Astbury, maybe just a sign
100.
that getting a little bit sweaty in the fingers.
He is posing the biggest challenge so far to Jason Heaver.
83.
I think part of that as well, that Jason Heaver is causing the challenge for Jason Heaver.
41.
Performance just dropping all the time.
Just lost his way a little bit.
40.
With that danger when you're running away with things as well, that you can just get a little bit complacent. You can feel like it's all just coming a
59.
little bit too easy. And ultimately what happens is you start throwing the darts a little bit softer, a little bit more expectant, and Jason Heaver can't do that. We've talked about the equipment and how it changes
45.
and the different flight of the dart. He has to throw this absolutely perfectly. Any deviation in the release, any
100.
mistiming, and these darts are going to start going into that 5.
Well,
125.
that visit kind of sums up the last hour or so of play for Heaver. The bad and the brilliant.
100.
This time it's just brilliant.
180, down number 101.
So no go at the double here.
80. Chasing
And
number
that's a slight slip as well from Astbury, but it may be academic. Double 14 for Heaver to carry on winning. Double 7. There it is.
Shot on the match.
It's 4 from 4
Jason Heaver.
for Jason Heaver, given a tougher task, a tougher test by Dan Astbury, and didn't quite live up to his own standards in that game. In fact, Astbury averaged slightly more in that match, 81.5 for him, but Heaver got the all-important winning double, a 4-2 success after the break. Burnett, Waclawski.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receiving the trophy, £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Super Series here live on Pluto TV, where Jason Heaver is making light work of Group C. Another 2 points on the board before the break when he beat Dan Astbury by 4 legs to 2. Whether it's good or bad for Heaver, he seems to be able to find the results. But we're going to watch now Richie Burnett take on Lucas Waclawski, a game we have seen multiple times in
First
our
leg, it's
Group
Richie to
A
throw
campaign.
first. Game on.
For which Richie Burnett was able to win 2 out of the 3 encounters.
45.
On Monday, it was a 4-2 success for Richie Burnett. Lucas Waclawski avenged that defeat with a 4-1 victory of his own before yesterday Richie Burnett stumbled over the line with a 4-3 win, giving him the lead in the head-to-head from Group A. But from what we're seeing here in Group C, you'd give Waclawski a real good shout in this game.
Well, he's made a decent enough start, and Burnett needs to recover, doesn't he, from
99.
the complete implosion in the last match when he lost 4-0 to Tom Lonsdale. But it was not just the manner of the defeat, it was his demeanour in that game, the way he reacted to everything that continued to go wrong for him.
It felt like he was ready to accept defeat, didn't it, come the end?
137.
And again, don't know what you've done right today, Matt, but I'm giving you more praise because the other thing you said, apart from you expected Heaver to be the dominant force, was that you didn't really fancy Burnett to get through this time around, and he usually does. That was a big call, but you'd seen something this week that wasn't to your liking. That was his first max of the day.
54. Richie
That'll be something to his
76.
liking. But he hasn't had much go his way so far today.
56.
There's nowhere near with that one. Now, if this goes, all of the sort of good work in this first leg, both mentally and with where he's throwing the darts, might be undone because he'll just look up, turn away and think, why bother? Well, that's a big help for Burnett. Yeah. Not any help at all for Waclawski because he now can't finish.
$65. Richie required 20.
Challenged Owen Binks there, the referee.
Game shot on the first leg. Richie Burnett.
Retrieves a winning dart from a winning double.
Signaling it's Lucas to throw first. Game on.
This is one of those things, those sort of quick maths that you need as a referee. That I've done this a couple of times. I've called a couple of county youth games, a couple of county games. And when someone does something that you're not expecting, or they hit something a bit awkward, I mean, I do the traditional, let me just see where that is, the lean in, like, to pretend you can't quite work out where it's landed, so it gives you a little bit more time to add it up.
$140.
Yeah, tough gig being a referee, and those that do it well.
It's one of those jobs, though, you only really notice when something goes wrong.
140.
And they've got to take charge of the stage as well, make sure the players are behaving themselves, make sure that the feet are behind the hockey.
100.
Bizarrely for Richie Burnett, if he was to do a footfall, it would be the back foot, wouldn't it, that'd overstep the hockey. I don't know, 180 all day. He's now hit 2 in this match.
161.
And he's playing brilliantly. The wonderful and wacky world of
48.
Richie Burnett manifest in one darting day here.
Game shot on the second leg.
Well, you're
Richie
the analysts,
Burnett.
Matthew. Analyse that.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw
I'm
first.
always dreading
Game on.
ever been asked to analyse a Richie Burnett game. He's averaging 107.36 on the back of losing 4-0 in the last game, 4-2 in the game before, averaging 81 and 74. He's all over the stage. He's all over the. He's playing well. The darts are landing where he wants them to be. Like, I wouldn't advocate for it.
96.
But on this occasion, for these few minutes, it's working.
$66.
Well, the grasshopper is the latest in a long line of Richie Burnett animal impressions.
100.
This may be a weird observation to some, but I think it's something that needs mentioning.
180.
I think with Richie, you can see he's an advocate on equipment here. He always has clean, pristine, new flights. It's as if he changes his flights every game.
58.
Trying to give himself every opportunity and possibility. Some people go up there and got really battered flights, but look at this. This is game number 4 of the day, and they look fresh in.
59.
Well, he'll be feeling a lot fresher now. 101 average. Looking to be on course for a 3-0 advantage in this game. And climbing up the table. After what's probably a really disappointing day for Richie Burnett. He could yet end up second come
Richie
the end of it.
156.
And 4 points may well be enough to keep you in contention tomorrow if Jason Heaver is going to be the runaway leader. Naughty dart. Gets a
54.
scolding from Burnett.
Lucas, you require 150.
A 150 we've seen already hit against Paul Dulson by Dan Astbury. Is the 102 going to make it 3-0?
Richie require 102.
Topsy wants.
82.
Flight in the way.
Lucas, you require 109. Game shot on the third leg. Lucas Waclawski. Fourth leg, it's Lucas to throw first. Game on.
He was in total control of the game, and you can see by his reaction there, he's starting to lose control.
It must be so tormenting, though, must it,
58.
if you've got yourself into sort of that mentality, that psychology. Especially a full week here at the Super Series, going through this day by day.
81.
Well, he's going to play 25 matches, isn't he, this week? Minimum now. Just to go through that every game. And who said darts wasn't physical?
57.
He did pull out his shoulder the other day as well.
82.
After a few antics on the stage, was sort of nursing the arm for a little bit. He must have to make sure he gets his stretchers in the morning.
Not many people know this, but he's actually a qualified practicing yogi.
$100.
I was going to answer a question earlier, wasn't I? Repeat the question about the home tour.
Oh yes. What was the first game on the home tour?
Well, I think I can get half the answer right because a question from Matthew Edgar probably
100
is about Matthew Edgar. So I'm going to say that Matthew Edgar was one of them.
Correct.
And you would have been a tour card holder at the time.
Correct.
So I think it would have been another tour card holder, and because they were playing Matthew Edgate, it probably needed to be a big
85.
name.
Richie Require 98.
Back to Burnett, 98.
$58. Lucas, you require 80.
I'll be watching with interest.
$60.
This time, Burnett will
require
be relieved.
40. Game shot on the 4 flag.
3-1
Richie
then,
Burnett.
back in business, back in charge. Matt, I'll just take a wild guess at the opponent.
Fifth
Just
leg,
trying to
it's
think
Richie
of
to
dart
throw
players who would have
first. Game
not
on.
struggled with using the technology, which is proving a difficult task. I am going to say Nathan Aspinall.
Okay. No, you got half of it right, as you know. The actual official, like the first proper game, was a behind closed doors game. So it was all done using the technology, but it wasn't broadcasted. And that was a game only seen by a handful of people, which was the executives and the people behind
100.
the PDC. And it was a game between myself and Michael Smith. It then led on to a 5-player event involving myself, Devon Peterson, Ted Everts,
59.
Chris Doby, and Luke Humphreys.
So Michael Smith didn't even get the call up, having done the testing.
And my game I
42.
actually played with Luke Humphreys on that occasion, we did have an agreement that the loser of said game would play the next Pro Tour wearing the other one's shirt.
60.
How did you find it fit? Burnett's still muttering away to himself. won't like that.
180. $40.
His remaining game is against the dominant force in the group, Jason Heaver. Between now and then, Paul Dulson will take on Tom Lonsdale.
59. $100. Lucas,
Who
you
used the ball there to leave a 2-darter? No way through. So Burnett will have a match-winning opportunity here.
40. Richie require 102.
Well, just to validate the point there that there was no way through.
It's on. Double 16. For the win.
Shot and
As
the
Burnett
match.
bounces back.
Richie Burnett.
And he's going to enjoy the moment. The Welshman wins against Waclawski. And it's a second victory of the day for Richie Burnett, the proud Prince of Wales, who puts himself back in the picture. Bouncing back from that 4-0 defeat to Tom Lonsdale, that's much better from Burnett, an average north of 90, 3 maximums having not hit any before today. And the man who did dish out that 4-0 defeat is back in action next as Lonsdale meets Dulson.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. 32. Charlie, you require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie, you
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie, you
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie,
situation
you
there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw
you
the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series live and free on Pluto TV, where we've just seen Richie Burnett bounce back with a victory in his previous game over Lucas Waclawski. A 4-1 win that sees Burnett join Tom Lonsdale on 4 points in second place in the table. If Lonsdale can win here, he emerges as the second best player in this group. Paul Dulson's had his moments today, or moment, really, when he enjoyed a 4-2 victory himself against Richie Burnett. But you feel he needs to win at least one of his last 2 matches against Lonsdale or Waclawski to be in contention himself tomorrow. Burnett, after this, will take on Jason Heaver, and that will determine
First
whether or
leg,
not
it's
Heaver goes
Paul
through
to
the
throw
card
first.
unbeaten today.
Game on.
But for now, it's Dulson versus Lonsdale.
$121. $180.
Puzzling moment here for me, because what Tom Lonsdale's throwing doesn't seem to be
78.
the same, but I can't quite picture what's different at the moment.
$99.
There's an equipment change here somewhere.
$135.
Equipment expert in my... I think the stem's different.
84. Paul, you require 167. 59. Tommy require 138.
Could just be colours, couldn't it?
We require 108.
Want to wait for Dulson before we get another look at those Lonsdale darts. And when we look at them, he'll be trying to put them in the right segments to break.
42. Tommy require 60.
Tops will be that segment.
Game shot on the first leg. Tom Lonsdale.
Yeah, I mean, the colour's definitely different in regards to the
Second
flights. He
leg,
was
it's
using
Tom
black
to
flights
throw
earlier, now
first.
using yellow, which
Game on.
studies suggest is the colour that produces best sports performance. Which also makes you wonder why there's not
140.
loads of people playing in yellow.
$60.
The 14 darter there, using the yellow flights. Possibly a difference in the stem as well, actually. Did you?
135.
Possibly a little shorter.
$60.
Well, it's working for him. The little pit stop and equipment change. We've seen Lonsdale
59.
start this match quite beautifully.
$59. Tommy require 167. $58.
Dulson looking to try and apply some kind of pressure.
100. Tommy require
But
109.
there are two visits in hand here for Lonsdale to close this leg out. May only need one. Double 16. Nicely
Game shot
done.
on the second leg. Tom Lonsdale. Third leg, it's Paul to throw first.
Producing
Game
his
on.
best of the day so far.
There was flashes, wasn't there, in that previous game for Tom Lonsdale when he'd taken on Richie Burnett. It was a 4-0 win. It was quite comfortable in regards to the scoreline.
140.
There were some real moments that really stood out in that one. Most notably the 1-2-6 finish, which really did annoy
96.
Richie Burnett. And maybe Lonsdale's just looked around the room, looked at the table and thought, "Do you know what, take Heaver aside, and actually there's a lot to play for here. Maybe another opportunity to make a third Saturday night here at the
58.
Super Series."
$140. $58.
We'll leave a finish now.
133.
Really good display this from Lonsdale. It's getting better and better. He's run into a couple of big performances today, hasn't he, Paul Dulson?
97. Tommy Buck 132.
He has, and he produced a big one of his own earlier. Tom Lonsdale not entertaining the bullseye. Maybe quite confident in the position he's in. Or he's trying to say to Paul Dulson, "You can't take the 148." And he'd be right.
So double 16. It's been a day of dominant displays, really. In the early matches, we saw 4 threes in the first 2 games and again in game 4, but we haven't seen one since. And only 2 4-2s. There have been 3 whitewashers.
16. Paul, we require 48.
And 3-4-1 outcomes. Lonsdale was so close there to setting up another whitewash, but instead Dulson can cut the gap in half. Double 16 to do so.
16.
Can't manage it.
Tommy requires 16. . 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16. 16 Game show on the third.
It is 3-zip.
Tom
Lonsdale will throw for 4-0.
Full flag, it's Tom to throw first. Game on. $140. $100. $180. $66.
Dulson has already
$140.
lost a game to 0 today. That was his opening game to Jason Heaver, and it looks like it's going to be the second 0 of the day.
41. Tommy Require, 41.
And the best performance of the day if Lonsdale gets it done right now.
9.
Just missed the opportunity to outdo the Heaver win against Dulson when he averaged 100.2, which is exactly where Lonsdale is right now. So that will come down ever so slightly.
58. Tommy Require, 32.
Might come down a lot if he keeps missing.
16.
Maybe a bit too much comfort here at the back end. No urgency for Tom Lonsdale. Oh. Here may come a little bit of urgency applied by Paul Dulson.
100. Tommy Require, 16.
Gets there
shot
in
out
the end, and it's a great win for Tom Lonsdale. That puts him on the heels of Heaver and ahead of the rest. 3 wins from 4 matches for Tom Lonsdale, meaning 6 points, and that one was an emphatic victory. A 4-0 success to defeat Dulson. Coming next, can Jason Heaver remain unbeaten? He takes on Richie Burnett after the break. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Jason Heaver is looking to go through the day unbeaten. He's won all 4 of his fixtures so far, sits top of the table as a result, and if he can beat Richie Burnett in his final game of the day, he will have the perfect 10. Tom Lonsdale sits in second, having only lost 1 match, backed up by that 4-0 win over Paul Dulson before the break. Richie Burnett can get within 2 points of Heaver and make it a very interesting race tomorrow. If he can beat him in this game, Astbury, Waclawski and Dulson all with 1 win apiece. And I think it's quite a big game actually, Matt, this, just the way the day's gone. Burnett could put himself
First leg,
just 2
it's
points
Richie
behind
to
Jason
throw
Heaver. Tom
first.
Lonsdale could even get level on points with
Game
Heaver.
on.
But if Heaver wins, he does leave everybody in his wake going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it's one of those situations, really. If you're in the back and you're in the chasing pack, you kind of get into that
96.
point where you want Jason Heaver to do the double here. And by that I mean, because this will be Jason Heaver's first game tomorrow. As if he does get the victory here over Richie Burnett, everyone will become Heaver fans.
100.
Was trading at 4-1 this morning, where I think that could be completely reversed tomorrow. If he wins this game, he could be going off 1-4.
140. $60.
Total outlier, that previous performance from Richie Burnett. I don't think anybody saw it coming. Hadn't hit a maximum before that game. He hit 3 in it.
59.
102 checkout to win it. An average of 92. But for the day, he's been about 10 points worse than that. And he rode his luck in getting his first win as well,
55.
didn't he? He was kind of gifted that one by Dan Astbury way back at 1:30 this afternoon.
$90.
You do feel, though, if Burnett loses this match and then the next most important game for him becomes Tom Lonsdale against Astbury, because Lonsdale could actually make it
81. Richie require
a
116.
big gap to 2 players.
Could be over very early, couldn't it, in regards to the qualifying places from this Group C? But if there's one thing about that performance
60.
of Jason Heaver, if we're going to analyse the performance of both in a way in lap number 4, Richie Burnett put in his best, where Heaver put in his worst.
140. Richie require
Does that just
56.
open the door for Burnett to bag a big win here? Is he on the rise? Is Heaver on the slide?
46. Jason, you
Or will
require
it be
65.
a break of throw in the opening leg? 2 at tops.
Game show.
Only
the
needs
first
1.
leg.
He's been great on that
Jason
target for the
Heaver.
most part. Burnett can't believe it.
Second leg against Jason to throw first. Game on.
Will feel like a bit of a steal, that one. Although I think Burnett feels like that every time he loses a leg.
140.
Well, what was already a tough task has just got a whole lot tougher.
140. 140. 180.
How did that third dart land in exactly the same place as the first 2? Because he was all over the place.
125. $81. Jason, you require 96.
But despite the brilliance of
Game
Burnett in this
show
leg,
the
Jason
second
Heaver
leg.
has just won it
Jason
as
Heaver.
if he's not even there. 11 darter.
Third leg, it's Richie to throw first. Game on.
Such a quality as he's looking to end the day strong. And I suppose the worry here, we're talking about just the points, but the legs
96.
difference today, of which Jason Heaver is looking like he's going to end with, that'll be like an extra point in itself.
It's the final game for the pair.
81.
A reminder, they will return tomorrow. They'll play in Game 3, their first match. All of the fixtures are played in reverse order with whoever had the darts in the opening leg today, throwing
100.
second in tomorrow's game to make it all fair and square. That's from 1 p.m. UK time, but do not fear. More live darts tonight, 10 p.m. for Group B.
81.
Featuring Steve Beaton, Conor Heenahan, Joe Mernon, Adrian Gray and Dave Pallett returning to the Super Series after a decent run on the WDF circuit recently.
97.
I mean, if he and Richie Burnett were to meet, that'd be quite an entertaining encounter, wouldn't it, on Saturday night?
Well, things looking a bit in trouble for
60.
Richie Burnett's participation on Saturday night right now. Only got the 2 wins so far today. And really under it here. He's had his throw broken by
81.
Jason Heaver.
$99. Richie require 127.
Well, he's got a couple of visits here, so no need to bother with the bullseye.
$87. $140. Richie require
Capital
40.
P pressure there from Heaver. Is Burnett up to it?
Game shot
He
the
is.
third leg. Richie Burnett.
And he's back in the match, but needs to find a break.
Fourth leg, it's Jason to throw first. Game on. $120. $140.
Be one of those awkward moments when you have a bounce out and the ref goes to get it and you go to get it and then you pull out and they pull out. And it's sort of, do you know the handshake fist bump one? Where one wants a handshake, the other wants a fist bump. You end up swapping over and over again until you eventually settle on something.
$140.
I always find it fascinating when I see referees pick darts up for some players but not others. What's all that about?
$140.
Strong leg though, this from Heaver. Back-to-back 140s to follow the 120, which included the bounce out. He's only really had 8 scoring darts and he's scored 400 with them.
It's been made to wait a little bit here.
$57.
Well, in the end, he had a long debate and agreed with himself. 101. Double 16.
69. Richie require 164.
Well, stand well back if this goes. Richie Burnett will go off like a jumping jack. The ball.
129. Jason, you require 32.
No words.
Game shot on the fourth
And
leg.
no leg either for Richie
Jason
Burnett, who
Heaver.
applauds his opponent. I mean, it was just a a double
Fifth leg,
eight,
it's
third
Richie to
dart in
throw
hand.
first.
He thought he deserved a
Game
fist bump. Matt, I'm going to ask you what is probably the hardest question you ever have been and ever will be asked as a pundit. What do you think's going through his head?
140.
Well, it might be a lot easier than we think because he gives us the benefit of acting it all out.
140.
Try at home, Richie, Burnett, charades.
Do you know what would be a really good game, right? Where we just watch Richie Burnett. So he's got a... We go, Richie requires 32. We see the reaction, and then you've got to guess, did he hit it or did he miss it? Based on the reaction. That'd be a great game. Like, spot the ball.
140.
The last leg, he missed the ball for a 164 and then danced down the hockey. So he's trying to trick us.
Exactly. That's why it'd be such an entertaining game. Like, 10 shots. Does he hit or does he miss?
60.
Well, there's a big series going around at the moment with loads of comedians in a house together about trying not to laugh, and I think Owen Binks is being put to the test, the referee here. Not something we praise referees for all the things they do.
56.
Don't laugh is really something that you don't normally have to think about, but that must be tough. Game could be over though. Well, that was bold. It was brave. It leaves that.
103.
He fails to find it.
Richie require 105.
I feel whatever happens with this 105, that don't laugh is going to be put to the test.
It's already gone. 54 leaves a bull for a Burnett bailout bonus. Not to beat.
$44. Jason, you require 80.
So for the perfect day for Jason Heaver. Double four. For a 5-star showing. Heaver
Jason
has won
Heaver.
every one of his 5 fixtures. Well played, old chap, says Richie Burnett as he congratulates his victorious opponent. For the Welshman, it means work to do on Friday. Burnett finds himself in the middle of the group as things stand, 2 points behind Tom Lonsdale, but Lonsdale can change that when he takes on Dan Astbury. Lonsdale can get to 8 points, but for Jason Heaver with another stellar showing, it's the perfect 10. Stay with us, 2 more games to come.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Group C is shaping up quite nicely, especially if your name is Jason Heaver. A perfect day for him so far. 5 from 5 completes his day. The maximum points available, 10, and a very strong, healthy leg difference. He looks good in regards to his qualification place. Currently 6 points clear of Richie Burnett, currently now in 3rd. But Tom Lonsdale, the man on your screen right now, 2nd place, currently 6 points on the table for him. And he could start to open up a gap of 4 points in a qualification place overnight if he is to get the victory here against Dan
First
Astbury.
leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Which means, for the rest of the chasing pack, they are going to be, for the next 10 to 15 minutes, Dan Astbury fans.
42.
They won't want to see Tom Lonsdale open up that gap and have to reel back a minimum 4 points going into the finals day's worth of play tomorrow.
140.
Well, the evidence of what we've seen in recent times, Tom Lonsdale won his last 2 fixtures. But it was the
96.
last game of which he played, and only a match ago when you beat Paul Dulson by 4 legs to 0. Average of 95.43, and it was only missed doubles at the back end of that game that actually pulled down the average below 100 mark. It was a clinical quality performance from Tom Lonsdale.
140.
As he's making a bit of a dash towards finals night, a place he has been 2 times already, looking to make it a hat-trick of appearances on a
96.
Saturday night. Maybe hopes and aspirations of going one better and picking up a first weekly title here at the Super
68.
Series. David Evans is in. Jason Heaver is looking good.
123. Tom, you've got 155.
Well, that's in regards to a qualification place. Tom Lonsdale
58.
could be
Daniel
4 points clear, but he'd only be
85.
2 points behind Jason Heaver if he's to get the victory here over Dan Astbury. So he would still have plenty of work to do.
Game
But Dan
shot on the
Astbury, great
first
check
leg.
out there.
Dan Astbury.
Nice
Second
and
leg, it's Dan to
clean
throw
break of
first.
throw.
Game.
14 darter for Dan Astbury to kickstart this one. For Astbury, he'll probably think the game
84.
match number 2 against Lucas Waclawski was the one that sort of let it slip. Did end up getting match darts in that one.
60.
In fact, had match darts and opportunities in his first couple of games. Could have been a completely different story for Dan. But due to the fact of Jason Heaver being a
58.
runaway winner at the top of the table so far today, it does present opportunities to allow you to have those extra defeats, those extra slips.
140.
Still be able to make a late charge. But this game vital.
96.
Yeah, there'll be cheering
100.
for Dan Astbury, won't they, the rest of them?
137.
And probably the neutral watching at home. Lonsdale himself took out this 1-2-6 checkout
47.
against
Down
Richie
number
Burnett earlier today.
126.
Because Lonsdale's on a finish, we'll see Dan start, well, attempt to start on the 19th. It is Dan Astbury, until now, who has the biggest
74.
finish of the
Tommy
day. That was a 150 to win the match earlier on. Lonsdale will not go for better.
134.
But he will leave it
Down number
handy just in
152.
case Astbury cannot close out this leg. Choices. Chooses double 16. Maybe useful to him.
34.
Found the wrong bed.
Tommy required 20.
All the good work Dan Astbury did in the opening leg. 14
Gage on the
darter.
second leg.
Scrubbed
Tom
out
Lonsdale.
by Tom Lonsdale. 6 visits to the board there for Dan
Third leg,
Astbury.
it's
And
Tom to throw
you've just had
first.
that break and then
Game
you
on.
get 6 visits. You've got to be holding. That is sort of the difference between the levels.
60.
Feel harshly treated by that one. 3 right on the top wire.
96. 97. 83. 57.
1 more game to go at the conclusion of this. Lucas
100.
Waclawski taking on Paul Dulson. Same sort of scenario for those. Winner stays in the hunt.
100.
And Lonsdale might be turning this one around. Good dart though from Astbury. Good start.
100. 51. Down number 122.
Double 7.
108. Tommy Rock 136. $84. Danny required 14.
Persevering with that target, and that's
Game shot
why
the third leg.
breaks again.
Dan Astbury.
All 3 legs won against a throw in this penultimate
Fourth leg, it's Dan to throw first.
fixture
Game
of the
on.
day. Or should I say of the session? Of course, we will be back at 10 tonight with 10 more tungsten ties coming your way.
134.
We've got a good entertaining evening coming up tonight. I mean, every time
100.
Steve Beaton's on the card, it's going to be an entertaining show. But we've got the Dave Pallett story and scenario. That's going to be an interesting one to keep an eye on. Stepped away from the game for a period of time due to
180.
dartitis. Came back, picked up a WDF title. Pulled out a Q school
44.
when he should have been in stage 2, allowing Adam Lipscomb through.
Yeah, while he's in Portsmouth, maybe Adam Lipscomb owes him a pint of orange juice.
96. $100. Danny Rock 191. $81.
Plenty of time here for Dan Astbury. Another 6 if he
45.
needs
Danny
it.
require
So we may see him
10.
split here.
Game shot on the
Or
fourth.
maybe
leg.
just see him go
Dan
straight for it and
Astbury.
take it out in 13 darts.
Fifth leg, it's Tom to throw first. Game on.
Everyone really stepping it up towards the back end of this Group C campaign. Dan Astbury averaging
100.
97.67 here. 17 points better than Tom Lonsdale.
84. 93. 59.
He's been the better player in this one, and it is the result that would leave this group
100.
rather open. It keeps Burnett interested, it keeps Astbury himself interested, it keeps Lonsdale catchable, and it also keeps the winner of the final
100.
match very much in the mix as well. There'll just be 2 points between players from 2nd to 5th if Tom Lonsdale
41.
is defeated, as it looks like he's going to be.
And it makes Jason Heaver a ridiculous favourite to go on to win the group.
123. Tommy McCall, 167.
Anyone about that 4-1 will be feeling rather smug this evening.
95.
18plusgambleaware.org. Astbury for the win here by 4-1. Not going to happen. Last chance, Lonsdale.
94. Tommy requires 72.
That's a horror dart. Left him on 71. Needed the treble.
32.
And
And
Astbury
41.
can get the win.
Game
And
shot
he does.
and the
4-1.
match. Dan Astbury.
Dan Astbury defeats Tom Lonsdale to make this a very, very interesting race tomorrow. It looks like a race for second place, of course, because Jason Heaver's gone through the card. 10 points for him. Lonsdale is the next best of 6, but Astbury and Burnett both have 4 points, and so will the winner of the final match of this session. Lucas Waclawski taking on Paul Dulson in the curtain closer. Coming next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
jockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
People can poke holes in anything as long as they've got something to poke with, and it's usually a YouTube channel or some form of social media account. Help? You want help to be a professional dart player? Well done for making the UK Open. Win, and then you can have some money. Turn up for work and get paid. That's professional sport, is it? Poppycock. You want to turn up and get something for nothing? You're in the wrong sport. So if you expect to have a full-time job and then go to the PDC Pro Tour and succeed there, and you think you can have best of both worlds, good luck to you.
He's Paul Nicholson, and he's got strong opinions on the prize fund increase in PDC darts. That show, and you can hear them coming up at 6:30 here on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV. But before we get to that and other fantastic content, we've got one more match to bring you in today's Group C live session. Lucas Waclawski against Paul Dulson. And normally, at the end of a Group C day with 2 players on 2 points, it would be regarded as potentially a dead rubber. Not today, Matthew Edgar.
No, it's wide open, this group, isn't it? And kind of what we expected in a way from this Group C. I think the quality and the standards been very strong, in fact, for, you know, players with limited experience here at the Super
First
Series.
leg
It's been
is
a very
Lucas to
entertaining
throw
watch, and
first. Game on.
it's all to play for going into tomorrow. But the winner of this will certainly feel they are in the race for one of those qualifying places to join David Evans on Saturday night.
80.
May even tune into that tungsten talk as well. That looked quite fiery there from the asset.
Yeah, it looked like he was having a right old go at Henry Deacon, didn't it?
140.
We assure you he wasn't. But yeah, interesting about the PDC prize fund. And not about the announcement itself, but more about some of the reaction to it.
96.
Well, we know he won't have to go at Henry Deacon. He doesn't have a YouTube account, does he?
Maybe it was you in the firing line, Mr. Edgar.
I do have an opinion or two to go on about from time to time.
125. $59.
What was your opinion of each of these players today?
I think Paul's played how I'd expect. He's had some really good moments. In fact, I've been quite
60.
impressed with him at times. For Lucas, I think maybe I thought I was going to get a little more today. I thought the experience of previously, I mean, the averages are certainly improved. He's had 3 averages today over 80,
40.
only dipped below the 80 once. And ironically, the time he dipped below the 80 was the one in which he won. The joys of trying to predict darts matches with numbers.
60.
Dawson's first to a finish against a throw in the opening leg here.
$100. Paul, you require 160. 60. Lucas, you're 126.
126 to hang on to the throw here for the pole. Vaults that dart and takes aim at the bullseye.
101. Paul, you require 56. $46. Lucas, you require 25. Game shot on the first leg. Lucas Waclawski.
So 1-0 to Waclawski. By the way, there is all manner of content coming your way, featuring some of the big stars in this sport following this live show. A Tungsten Talk with Mervyn King, then that prize fund increase piece with Paul Nicholson firing shots. Devon Peterson was the feature of a Tungsten Talk as well. Great story he's got. And then following that, the story of series with some of the Premier League players, Nathan Aspinall, Luke Humphries, Michael Van Gerwen and Gerwin Price. I'm sure a few of you darts fans might be tuning into the Premier League and then rejoining us later at 10 PM for Group B.
$81.
Sure, viewership will be strong tonight with Steve Beaton in the house.
100.
Yeah, I'm really interested in that group, actually. There's some fantastic stories. Beaton, obviously, the big favourite to get through it. Always very watchable. But David Pallett, very interesting. Joe Mernon hasn't really performed well when he's been here at the Super Series, but has the kind of CV to suggest that he should be getting through to finals nights. And Adrian Gray, actually, I think of late has been a good participant here at the Live Lounge and might not be far from knocking on the door of winning a week here. So it's a very competitive group with Conor Heenan, of course, who hit a 9-darter earlier this week, also in the mix.
Yeah, Joe Mernon won games at the Alexandra Palace. And
59.
thought he'd won games at the Alexandra Palace as well.
121.
Yeah, famous moment, infamous moment really with Andy Hamilton. When he had to win by 2 clear legs, but he didn't read the brief.
I think my favourite part of that was Andy Hamilton just completely no-selling it. Just stood staring past him.
One of the fun things about how darts has become very mainstream lately is that all of these old things that we all know about, it really is getting
Lucas, you require 70.
brought to the attention of the wider public, and we're getting to relive these fun and fantastic moments. This could be a fantastic moment for Waclawski, who's looking at tops. Fails to find it.
Well, you require 80.
And now Dulson wants the same target.
60. Lucas, you require 20. Game shot on the second leg. Lucas Waclawski. Third leg, it's Lucas to throw first. Game on. $80.
So 2 up and 2 away from a win that would see him join Dan Astbury and Richie Burnett on 4 points and leave himself just 2 points off second place Tom Lonsdale.
81.
And if he wins this fixture again tomorrow, it will be the first fixture. He could find himself in joint second in a provisional qualification spot. That'd be the first time that he's had a feeling like that this week.
$60.
concern was always for Dulson as the campaign goes on.
134.
Takes some getting used to this sort of marathon darts. But it's just such a great story when you think about what he's done in recent times. Winning
100.
place here at the Super Series, winning the County Open, beating a tour card holder in the final in Dan Lowby. And just when you look at sort of that journey and what he's
59.
doing over the last sort of year or so for a player who's been playing since he was 14 years old and never really playing too far outside of Wrexham. How many more are out there?
140.
Yeah, I think that's one of the next big stories in darts. I think it's going to be the emergence of a Littler-like talent, but not a teenage one. Someone who's actually just been throwing in their spare room
100.
for many years, and actually he's looking at us thinking,
120.
actually, I'm better than all these. Age isn't a barrier in this sport.
Or someone knows them already because they'll be sat here now going,
60.
oh, they're on about Dave who plays down the Swan.
82.
He could easily be a professional if he went for it.
Great dart. To leave double 16. To leave double 8. Shaking the head from Dulson. He thinks it's going.
66.
But he does get a reprieve.
60. $20. Lucas, you require 60.
Not his game, and it could be his undoing in this group. Can't count anybody out at the end of today, but he would have the toughest task. The highest hill to climb. And this hill has just become a mountain in this match. 3-0 to Lucas Waclawski.
Fourth leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on. $100. $121.
Unflappable, Lucas, which is a real key quality to have. There's times it's gone well, there's times it's gone wrong, and you never know the difference.
100. $140. $83. $180.
What a leg this is. 121, 140, 180, 60 left after 9.
$81. Lucas, you've
Great
required
way to
60.
start off the day. Wayward.
$40.
And Dulson
You
returns.
require 137.
It's going to have to be a perfect visit here. Lucas tends to not miss on the outer ring, and you feel these may be the last darts he gets to throw today. And Lucas could play himself into contention.
97. Lucas, you require 20.
Double 5. Sometimes the hardest
10.
double to hit is the one to
Will
win the match, and
require
McCluskey's not been able to do that yet.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Paul Dulson.
Dulson Just about.
Fifth leg, it's Lucas to throw
Stays
first.
in the encounter.
Game on.
Ironic. The thing that's been winning Lucas legs until this point has been his checkouts. And the leg in which he finds some amazing power scoring. He has 6 starts to take out 60 and can't do it.
57.
Well, is it just a stay of execution here for Dulson, or are we seeing the start of a stirring fight back?
80. $33.
Don't forget to join us tonight. As mentioned, 10 p.m. Also during tonight's show, we'll be revealing the lineup for next week, the final week of qualifying for the Series 10 Champions Week, which is just around the corner now.
44.
And a quick word on the anniversary of an important darting day 3 years ago, since a multiple winner here at the Super Series, Neil Duff,
61.
became world champion 3 years today, and Bo Greaves as well, her first world title, 10th of April 2022.
Which I suppose this year is going to pose another question, isn't it? Is she going to be potentially
21.
a 4-time world champion? Or is she going to go to Ali Pali? And I think if she's ever going to go back to Ali Pali, this year is the most likely.
It has been doing things differently this year, and very successfully as well.
121.
There was a moment, wasn't there, when Bo Greaves was top of 3 PDC orders of merit.
$60. $180.
Second maximum of the game there for Lucas, and what a time to do so. Giving him some time at the back end of the match, the back end of the leg.
140. Lucas
Can he do it this time?
49.
Couldn't cross the line to win 4-0. Can he go through the tape to win 4-1?
Game
Yes, he
shot
can.
and the match. Lucas
And that
Waclawski.
keeps him in the race to qualify for finals night. 4-1 success against Paul Dulson sees Lucas Waclawski move on to 4 points, just 2 off second place in the group. That's Tom Lonsdale, but the top dog in this group today has been Jason Heaver. He's won all 5 of his fixtures, and we are going to hear from him after the break.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler!
Of Group C this week, and as you can see, Jason Heaver's name has turned gold in every single fixture that he's played, meaning he's won all of his matches and is the runaway leader in this group. Heaver with 10 points, 4 clear of Tom Lonsdale, but more crucially, 6 points clear of the rest of the chasing pack. Remember, the top 2 go through from this group, and pretty much everybody's still in it tomorrow, but Heaver has set himself apart from the rest of the group with a fantastic set of performances today. I'm delighted to say that he joins myself and Matthew Edgar in the studio. Slightly less delighted to say that he's proved Matthew Edgar right, because at the start of the day, Jason, you won't know this, but Matthew said he felt that you could do this today. He thought that you should have been the favourite to win this group and felt that you could dominate the group. You've done it. How do you feel about how it's gone today?
I'm just happy to beat a few legends, especially Richie, Burnett, Steve yesterday. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. No, it's been absolutely brilliant.
What have you seen in Jason this week in particular that made you think that he might put in this kind of performance?
Composure. I think everyone's sort of lacked it at times. There's been these sort of in and out performances from people, but composure and consistency, the 2 C's that are so important here at the Super Series. Jason demonstrated them all the way through Group A. And I've said a few times, when we look at sort of the numbers and the stats coming into this, there was sort of some question marks over Jason in regards to sort of where the level is, certainly when we compare that to what he was producing on the Pro Tour. But when you come into a building like this, an arena like this, in a setting like this, what happens is your mind just skips straight back to those times that was good. And that's what's happened here for Jason straight away. He's just clicked back into that mode of the sort of darts he's playing on the Pro Tour.
Was there any disappointment in missing out on Group B and playing in Group C?
Yeah, I missed a lot of doubles, and it was stupid shots. It was like going for an 18 and a 1. It's just shots like that. It's just, they ain't no good. You ain't gonna get nowhere doing that.
But to bounce back like that today, I mean, you must be really, really pleased with how it's
No, chuffed with the way I played today. Played all right. Played all right.
Made a statement from the start as well that the very first performance was a really good performance. That you said at the beginning that it almost looked after game 1 like we knew it was going to be him set apart and everyone else fighting it out.
Certainly as well, when you look at the way of which those results have came. There was one game I think went 4-2 today, the rest been like 4-0, 4-1. It's been dominant. So it's not even just a case of picking up the wins and picking up the results, it's also in the style of which it's happened. Because then when you look at sort of the leg difference is the second deciding factor. That is so strong right now. It's going to count as an extra sort of win, especially when you look at everyone else sort of battling it out, all playing against each other, beating each other as well. So it's a very, very strong position, but we have seen this before. We've seen it with Scott Mitchell, we've seen it with Scott Walters, where they've been in this sort of strong position, and it's now about just keeping that intensity up.
That's a bit mean, isn't it, to put that in his head? Look, what are you going to do to make sure that doesn't happen to you, to keep that level going tomorrow?
I'm going to have an early night. That's what I'm going to do.
Good plan. Look, we mentioned some of today's performances. What's it been like in the practice room? Have you felt that you've been the man to beat?
Not really. They're all playing absolutely brilliant out there. absolutely playing brilliant. Just keep your head on. Don't worry about what they're doing and just play your game. That's what you need to do. Just play your own game. Don't worry about what they're doing.
And has that been the focus for you, well, all week and all day? Or have there been any, you mentioned beating the likes of Steve Beat and Richie Burnett, have there been any matches that you've really identified as ones that you really wanted to win?
It was only those two. That was my main ones. Beat Richie, beat Steve. And I'm happy I've beat them both, so I've set my target and I beat it, so no, it's good.
I think we ask every single player that we have up here in the same group as Richie Burnett the same question, but what is it like playing against him?
Keep your head down, don't get a foot in your face.
I mean, that's good advice, isn't it? That's good advice. Look, what about the other players today? We'll come back to Jason in a moment, but what about the likes of Richie? It's been the usual mystery, hasn't it, today? Because there's been brilliance and there's been some really tough stuff.
I think when we look at the rest of the players in this group, I think it's Dan Astbury that's probably going to be the most disappointed, because he had opportunities to win those first couple of games. He stepped his levels up at the back end of the day, but he kind of damaged his day in the early part. If he could have picked up one of those results, a couple of match darts in those, he'd be sat in the position that Tom Lonsdale is right now. And when we look at sort of going into tomorrow, at the moment it's all wide open. And Dan could have really been a good 4 points clear of the chasing pack and sort of made this quite an early finish in Group C.
And Lonsdale was in that position himself, wasn't he? As the day went on, he could have had 4 out of 5, but losing that final game is kind of what has kept it wide open for the rest of them.
It was Dan who stopped him in that game as well. And Tom Lonsdale, he's one of those sort of players that he's sort of on the borderline. He's made a couple of Saturday nights now. He's out there on the Challenge Tour. He went to Q School, but it's sort of 2025's not really got going for him yet. He's missed a few opportunities. He's not got results of which he wanted. I think this is big for him. I think this is massive. He needs something like this where he's playing on a broadcasted event to sort of reconfirm the quality he's got. When you look at the backing he's now got, the support he's got, the people that are getting behind him, they believe in him. And I think he needs to see something come back right now to get the belief in himself.
Richie Burnett, look, I've been trying to get you to analyse him all day today. Look, has he just kind of survived today?
Great way of putting it. Great way of putting it, because he could have been completely out of the running today, Richie Burnett. That he's survived. He's still in with a shout. We know Richie Burnett could come here tomorrow and win all 5 games. We know he's got that quality within him. But I think sort of the mannerisms, as entertaining as they are, they're also very, very distracting, not just to your opponent, but to yourself. And we do see Richie Burnett tail off as the day goes on. He seems to start the day strong, but he's not able to stay in that sort of mindset to complete 5 games. And tomorrow, when all the chips are down and the importance of all these matches goes up, is he going to be able to keep it together as much as he needs to? I said I didn't fancy him as favourite. I wouldn't have been surprised if he didn't qualify. I think I stand by that.
You beat him in the last match today. It was actually a great game, wasn't it? Both of you were averaging.
Yeah,
97 was Richie's average. What's so special for you about being able to do what we're seeing now and beat Richie Burnett?
It's just keep your head up. Ignore what he does and just play your best game. That's what you need to do.
Is he someone that you used the word legend before? He's a world champion.
He is a legend. He is an absolute legend.
And what's it like behind the scenes, spending some time in the practice room with him?
Oh, absolutely brilliant. He is so funny. He's absolutely brilliant. Him and Steve, yeah, absolutely brilliant. The stories they tell you, it's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, unfortunately, some of them not suitable for air, so we won't go there. But let's just show you.
We better not go there, no.
Let's just show you the table, because this will make good viewing for you, Jason. Top of it, 10 points. Look, there's a big gap to Tom Lonsdale, but even more importantly, it's about getting in the top 2 to get through to finals. Now, you must be feeling confident now that you're going to be here on Saturday.
I hope I am going to be here. I want to be here. I want to give it all meal. I want to give it meal. I want to be here.
Yeah, it's a good chance to beat.
I love this week.
Yeah, well, you may be here on Saturday in front of an audience as well. Let's just remind everyone what else has happened or has happened this week. David Evans is already there. Group C, Jason Heaver topping it, but tonight Group B, Conor Heenahan, Steve Beaton, Joe Myrne, Adrian Gray, David Pallett, Matthew. Pick 3 from that.
All right then, I'll give it a go. We'll go with Steve Beaton. Of course, we've got to go there. Joe Mernon's not really performed his best when he's come down to the Super Series, but I think there's plenty more in there. And I'm really intrigued with David Pallett. I think this is going to be one of those sort of nights where he either comes out and it all works for him and he looks very strong and gets qualified quite comfortably, or he struggles and he hits the bottom of the table and it's panic stations. I think it's going to be the first. I think David Pallett's going to have a good campaign, and I think he's going to get through to Saturday night.
What would it mean to you to, first of all, get through to Saturday night and potentially go on and win a week here at the Super Series?
I'm going to win.
There we go, confidence.
I'm going all the way.
Tell us about where you are in darts in general. We know you've had the tour card before. You're not playing as much recently. Where does darts fit into your life? You don't play at all?
No, it's very rare I play now. No. Night off, I got my boy. That's my main priority. It's my son, so yeah.
So is that maybe treating this more of a hobby than a job that it used to be?
Yeah, no, to be fair, it is more of a hobby.
That's interesting. Yeah. And how does that sort of affect you then coming here to play? You've played so many matches this week. What's it been like just getting thrust back into it?
No, it's good. We got FaceTime, so we can have a little chat with my boy. So, no, it's good. It's good.
Yeah, great to have some support as well, I suppose.
Yeah.
Look, let's just focus ahead on what's around the corner because Champions Week is coming soon. Jason says he's going to win on Saturday and he's going to be there as well. Darts might feel like a job if you do get to Champions Week in a couple of weeks' time. But Matt, we can see there the provisional group. So every player in white is confirmed in the groups they're in. And provisionally Mervyn King and Jensen Walker in Group A, but that can change. It's the players with the highest average on their winning nights that get put into groups. At the moment, I did ask you this in commentary earlier, who do you see as the front runner for Champions Week in this series?
For me, it's got to be Mervyn King. I mean, Mervyn King played very, very well at Q School, very well. And he just ran into a couple of performances. And when we're talking about the odd dart here or there, because I remember watching a lot of his games, it literally just was a couple of key moments. And he's still playing darts that could put him on the tour. He's playing on the tour regular at the moment with the Challenge Tour call-ups. He's doing well on the Challenge Tour. He was very good when he played his week here. He's got the experience. He's got aura. And everyone's going to look at Mervyn King as being the guy to beat. The second I mention Mervyn King, Jason straight away, yes, Mervyn King. The same sort of thing in regards to when you're talking about Richie, Burnett, Steve Beaton. He has that sort of impact. He has that sort of where people want to get that win against him. And I think for that reason, he's got to be the favourite.
Tell us a little bit about that time when you played on tour. Do those top players have that sort of aura about them when they walk into a room and you just feel you're in the presence of someone special?
That's not a question.
Because you want to beat them at the end of the day, don't you? So you've got to see them as a level playing field, but to be around legends of the game.
Everyone's beatable. Everyone's beatable. But there is certain players. It's like you've got to turn up. You've got to play the best you can fucking play.
So we do apologise for that language. You've
got to play sorry. You've got to play the best you can play because you know they are more capable of walking over anybody.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've been there as well.
Yeah, I think with that, there's always sort of like an answer you feel you have to give, especially when you talk about aura. Do they have an aura? And you feel like you've got to build it up and be like, yes, yeah, no, but they don't. There is no aura. No one cares on the Pro Tour. They don't care whether you're World 128 or World number 1. The only player I have ever seen on that tour who's had an aura was Phil Taylor. Other than that, no one really cares. Whether they're on the practice board, whether you're playing them, everyone's just sort of in this bubble. And that's what the Pro Tour is. It's a bubble away from the world of darts. You're isolated away from all of this. And all you know is those players that are on there. And yes, they're competition. And yes, they're these big stars and they're doing these other things. But aura is something nobody has on that tour.
Well, the aura's been with Jason Heaver today. Fantastic performance from him, winning all of his matches. Plenty coming up here on the Modus Super Series channel as well. Coming next, we spoke about Mervyn King, his tungsten talk, followed by the chat that we showed you a little teaser for earlier, an increase in prize money in the PDC, and Paul Nicholson's reaction to that. Tonight, though, Steve Beaton is in action live from 10 p.m. in Group B. And on Saturday, finals night, gets underway for week 11. Jason Heaver hoping to be there. David Evans is already there, and we hope to see you tune into that as well. 7:30 tomorrow. But tonight we are live from 10 p.m. here on the Modus Super Series Darts channel on Pluto TV.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it. We've got a brilliant 17 of the week, and it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout punch.